Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are entering trial day of evidence 27 on Thursday, June 20th. We also had a voir dire day in there on Tuesday, and then, of course, the federal holiday Wednesday. So today we are resuming court with the witness that was on the stand. Maybe at the end of direct examination, but that is witness Nicholas Guarino. Witness number 66. We should also be getting an order from the judge. Hopefully it won't be at sidebar. It should be on the record for all of the voir dire questions that were raised in the Commonwealth's motion to exclude witnesses for discovery violations. So we are going to jump right into court. Good morning, everyone. I apologize. I got up for radio this morning in Boston, and I was like, I'm just going to lay back down for just a minute. That didn't go well because then I didn't set an alarm. So apologies. Emily, were you up super late packing because you have to get on a flight later today? Yes. Yes, I was. So yes, today's a travel day, but we are just doing all the best that we can. And yeah, so some days it is more challenging than others. We are going to roll the intro. We're going to get right into court with that and then zoom through the rest. And it's good to see you. Good morning. And thank you again, chat, for no spoilers. We are at the moment a little behind real time, but we always get caught up before the end of the day, which is the best because then we can do all the zoom things. You guys ready to roll? I'm ready to go to court. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I can't believe my voice is already like, it's just struggling 8 weeks into trial, but we're gonna just go with it. Let's roll.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
Like, I just don't know how it's going to go with the voice. I'm going to VidCon. I can't lose my voice before that. And there's a couple Dave Matthews shows in there. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. Let's go to court. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
So moving on.
Right? It'll be fine.
To the voir dire motion the other day, or voir dire hearing in response to the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So the Commonwealth was alleging violations of Rule 14's reciprocal discovery requirement, and the Commonwealth asked for exclusion of Dr. Russell. I did find and do find that there was a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defendants. Right. I was looking for a remedy. You called it a sanction, Mr. Jackson, but I called it a remedy. And I did tell counsel, as you know, at sidebar a couple of times, at least last week, that I did not want to exclude the testimony if I did not have to. So we had the voir dire.
So they knew that she was likely going to let all this in because she said, I told you at sidebar, I don't want to exclude it. Right. Excluding evidence against the defense is a very extreme remedy.
And I'm satisfied that the voir dire provided the Commonwealth the information that the defense should have provided the Commonwealth. So I am going to allow Dr. Russell to testify, but her testimony is very limited, and I think you even sort of acknowledged it the other day, Mr. Jackson. So she'll be allowed only to opine whether or not the marks on John O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal attack. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity.
Ma'am, do not throw shade at that witness.
But that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in this regard.
Yes.
But she can't testify as an expert on police activity. There'll be none of that. And she will not be able to testify as to what the injuries are inconsistent with. She cannot testify that they're inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, scratches from broken glass or taillight matter, or anything else. So that's beyond the scope of which she can testify. The second part of the Commonwealth's motion Commonwealth argued that they were not provided reciprocal discovery regarding the biomechanical engineers and others, but specifically
same
ARCCA, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Rentschler. And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14.
Your
so
Honor,
we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did.
I understand why the defense didn't respond. Because you told them they couldn't talk to the witnesses. So what are they going to respond with in discovery other than what they already have? Stop it.
Their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what
that was the first witness.
His involvement. Dr. Rentschler, though, I have some concerns. It's clear to me that Massachusetts biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today.
That's literally his job, though.
Okay, so those are my rulings. Are they clear, Mr. Jackson?
Yes,
are they clear, Mr.
Lally has tried to introduce everyone's medical opinion except an actual doctor yet. And as to the biomechanical engineer, I think he can talk about consistencies, right? But not like this caused that, which seems to be his testimony anyway, right? This is inconsistent with that, and this is consistent from that.
Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Not to mention,
all right, so are they ready to come in?
many courts use biomechanical engineers for the way injuries happen because most doctors don't do that. They look at an injury and they treat it. Right? It's a different thing.
Thank you.
Jurors entering.
See? Can you hear them say jurors entering? They say jurors entering and jury out every day. So when there was issues with a juror being shown, which is unfortunate that happened, if you're not yelling jurors in, or jury entering, how is anyone supposed to know? I'm just waiting for the hearings at this point. So that's where I'm at. I'm not zooming because I'll miss them. I'll immediately miss them. The judge has sustained every objection to the troopers trying to talk about medical stuff too. They're just always then it's an objection.
Before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel.
Bring the jury.
Good morning, jurors.
We're speeding you up immediately.
We appreciate that you were patient, that we got a lot of work done this morning before you came out.
Sure you did.
It's cool in here now, as long as you're away from the sun, from the windows, it should be fine. The county has done a really terrific job of making sure that they got this building nice and cool for us today. So I appreciate what the county's done as well. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Tuesday? Yes. Everyone said yes, nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
I can't believe we're 8 weeks in. Like, just when, bring the coroner at this point. Like, when, if any, coroner will testify?
Trooper Guarino, please.
Same situation.
To the court and the jury, and the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I will be zooming a lot today because I have to stop exactly on time. And I need to take a little bit of time over the lunch break too. So I will be zooming and trying not to stop testimony.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, chat. This is the hot mic.
The other day,
hot mic trooper.
I've been showing you. So you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done.
Yes, he was thrilled about that testimony.
And Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're going to get back into more text messages based on what Lally has in his hands. I'm going to zoom as he approaches, and we're going to get back into text messages.
Okay.
Phone records.
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's
What do you recognize that to be?
sorry. Karen Reed's phone call logs.
And that's specifically from January 28th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, it starts the 28th at 12:33 to, I'm sorry, the 29th at 12:33 to 3:19 p.m. on the 29th.
And just for ease of reference, does it sort of go in descending order as far as the earlier calls are on the last page and then the more recent calls are on the first page?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on the seat to introduce the minutes and exhibit.
May we approach, please?
And they're already approaching. All right. I hope that what they're approaching to do is to speed this up. But we'll see if that's actually what's happening. You know what we're going to do? We're going to zoom. We're going to zoom. I see some of you in the chat rooting for him to have another hot mic moment to the nature of what the fuck. I don't disagree because it would be funny, but we'll see. Nanner said Friday and Saturday in Wisconsin, super humid, big chances of thunderstorms. Hope concert is spared. Me too. And I'm prepared for humid. Reality check said dying for him to say what the fuck today. It might happen. Though I imagine that people that know this trooper immediately messaged him and said, you can be heard on the mic.
Another document, sir. You recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
this is
can't discuss
Karen
his
Reed and Carrie
testimony,
Roberts call
But I'm
log.
sure somebody told
And
him.
that's an extraction report that you created from the defendant's phone, is that correct? Yes, sir.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
6:34.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Showing you another document, sir, that you recognize.
Can you just
that.
hand him all of them at once? Can you just grab a stack of
Chats
them?
from John O'Keefe and Chris Albert.
Stacks?
And again, that's an extraction report that you created from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Just stack them.
really do need to keep all this stuff. It's 6:35.
And may I approach? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Look at that. Look up when we finish.
We are going through all of the foundation to allow all of these
Yes.
in.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's the full chat report of
Court
everyone.
did start late today.
from
I also started late today, but court
the
did start
29th on.
more than 20 minutes late.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So,
I'm on the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
We have no objection.
are you going to go through these, or are we just admitting them?
This to the jury.
Yes.
So now we're going to publish. Yay, yes. This is the full Celebrate extraction of Karen Reed's phone.
And sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the exhibit before you that's now been marked as Exhibit 636. And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'm sorry, Trooper Guarino and Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to page 3. And do you have that before you, sir?
Yes, I do.
And on page 3, who was that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan.
And that conversation essentially continues from page 3 to page 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And so I'm going to ask you, similar to what I asked you the other day, if you could read from
These
that
are from
conversation
129.
entirely, indicating who's speaking
At 1:07 p.m.
content of what's being said and the date and time associated with that message.
Yes. All right. First message from Laura Sullivan
Karen, it's Laura. Please call me.
at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m.
That's what happened.
Laura, I can't stop crying. 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you. 1:07. And
Thank you.
Laura finally says, why was he out there? 1:07 p.m. Sorry.
Any response?
Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, oh my God, 1:08. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone at 1:09 p.m. So.
Laura Sullivan is
So
the
in those
victim.
text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the
Laura Sullivan is the victim John O'Keefe's friend. She was the one who arranged the Aruba trip. John O'Keefe is the godfather of her child. That is Laura Sullivan. I know. She testified 100 weeks ago.
29th, she indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 28 through 29 of those messages in the exhibit before you.
Lally, is that your
Page
moment?
28.
She said it was 5 a.m. That can't be what you think is significant. That she got the time wrong by an hour. She left her house at like 4, whatever. Okay.
29, who was that a conversation with?
This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
These
I
are
guess we're going
conversations
back to
from
these?
early- These conversations on page 28 through 29 of this exhibit occur in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, sir, again, please read as far as who's speaking, what they're saying, and what date and time these are being sent.
Yes. So, Karen Reed to John O'Keefe at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Followed by,
Some of these texts came in, I'm not going to stop as much, stopping more. Some of these texts came in through this witness on Tuesday. The I'm going home, I think, indicates to me, this is how I take it. The jury is going to get to decide what these texts mean to them. But the I'm going home, I take it as she's already back at John O'Keefe's place. He's not there. The kids are there. And she's trying to get him to respond by saying, I'm leaving your home on Meadows and I'm going back to my house. So you better respond or come home because I'm out. That's what I think. I think she is trying to get him to engage in that conversation.
see you later.
She's mad.
At 1:02 a.m., she texts John again saying, your kids are cucking alone. And at 1:04 a.m., she says, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you, Ron. May I
Also,
approach this
I'm very
retreat?
surprised that didn't misspell to ducking, but I also don't think she actually left John O'Keefe's home. I think she was trying to get him to respond in some way, respond at all.
Yes.
Which again raises the question for all of you. If she thinks,
May I have a moment, Chairman?
Yes.
if she has hit him intentionally, are we sending these texts? Trying to bait him into responding when they've been fighting? I think it proved that they had been
May I approach?
arguing. So I don't know if those texts help. Like when you look at people's behavior, I don't know if those texts help. And Jeanette said to cover. That, I think that's the other interpretation. Is she sending these texts to try to make it seem like she's left or doing something that she's not doing? I want to know then
I'm showing you two
when she
documents.
turned off her GPS data. I don't know if they know that, but I would love to know when that got turned off because it wasn't on. If it was always not on, it's less It's less
Do
of
you
a thing.
recognize each of those documents, sir?
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which one this is. Yeah. For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the 29th.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the defendant, Ms. Reed's call log report, and specifically, if I could draw your attention to what's been, they're enumerated as far as certain box numbers, correct? 1 through whatever it goes on the last page.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to boxes 113 and 114.
Look, there's tabs.
Okay.
See those entries, sir?
Yes.
Now, as far as the time related to box 113 and 114, what are the timestamps associated with that?
129, 2022 at 12:36.
The conversation y'all are having in the chat is the conversation that they're going to have in a jury room, right? Could it be this? Yeah, but why would it be that? Could it be that? Yeah, but why would it be that? Those are the conversations that jurors have. That's why there are 12 of them, so they can discuss and see it from different perspectives. It's a really valuable thing. If they have different perspectives, sometimes they go in the room, they're like, do we want to do an initial vote? They do an initial vote. They're like, oh, we all agree. Do we wait for lunch or do we just render a verdict?
AM 41 seconds, and then another one at 12:36 and 10 seconds AM on the 29th.
And is there any indication within that report as far as whether or not those calls are answered, those calls are missed, those calls are rejected?
I've been wanting to see these.
It says answered.
When?
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment. But
No, when?
with regard to that 12:36 time, from your review of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 AM. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with the 1 in parentheses following that.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well. But call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call, and that one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So
So
the
it went to
same call
voicemail?
around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
So lots of calls. I'm going to keep zooming.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55. But
And
53.
Any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
that Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
Now, with regard to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe,
We knew this, but I
what,
thought
if
this was
anything, did you
really
find from
interesting
Mr. O'Keefe's
testimony.
phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Miss Reed, no one else.
Let's hear the voicemails.
May I
Then.
approach, John?
Yes.
John O'Keefe voicemails from Karen Reed on his phone.
Yep. Let's just
From
hear the
that period that we were
voicemails.
just speaking about on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I think that evidence
Please introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
can be.
We have no objection.
I think that evidence can be interpreted different ways. So, I'm ready to hear the voicemails.
phone. Before we get to those,
No!
from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if
Lally!
anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we're able to see that Miss Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password-protected access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one is?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've been waiting for the voicemails.
And Trooper Guarino, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list, and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
So
With the
right
court's permission, if I could
as
play that
she's
for the jury.
getting to 1 Meadows Ave, I wonder if she's still in the car.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message.
I think that only says, John, I fucking hate you. It's a car. That's a car.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please. My apologies, Your Honor, I just wanted the siren to go by.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, the siren's going to get
Before
confused with
Ms.
the
Gilman
backup
presses play
beeps.
again. Trooper Guarino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Sounds like a butt dial. Like she doesn't know the voicemail's open. It's walking around. What, walking around in the house with shoes on? Is that what we're listening to?
Now, Trooper Guarino, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the,
I'm just making notes
the
of the
voicemail
times
in his
for
phone.
me.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you
It could be
with
windshield
reference
wipers.
to
That is a
third
very good
message.
point, chat.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Now, the fourth message, Trooper Guarino, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That last one was hard to hear, chat. I'll back up. Do you guys want to hear it one more time? It looks like you guys want to hear it one more time. Let's see. It started with I'm done with the fucking kids. So let's back it up and play it one more time.
Now, the fourth message, Trooper Guarino, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, it didn't
1:02
back up
a.m.
enough.
Message, Trooper,
Fucking
to that third message.
All right, this is the third message.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Nobody knows where the fuck you are.
Now, the
And I think
fourth
it says you
message, Trooper
fucking
Guarino, what
pervert.
time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's
I would
phone?
want to listen to it
1:02
again in
a.m.
court.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just a second, please?
So you just played it?
Yeah, Your Honor, there was no content. It was just like a 1 second long message.
And Trooper
It might have
Guarino,
been,
with
"I'm
regard to
home-
the fifth message,
I'm
what
home with
time
your
was that
kids."
received by Mr.
Remember, when Carrie Roberts mentioned it all to law enforcement, what she said was that Karen Reed was a glorified babysitter with benefits. So it seems in these arguments that Karen Reed is also feeling like she is a babysitter with benefits. It seems that that's what this fight surrounding this time period was about.
Keys phone.
37, 2, 59, 1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
Well, if we weren't clear on whether or not she was calling him a fucking pervert, I think it's clear now based on that voicemail, because she is pissed that he is not home. Clearly.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Irini. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received?
I'm going to listen to that one more time. But again, same thing. It sounds like she thinks he's not at the party, but at somebody else's house. To me.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Irini. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's sleeping next.
You're fucking using me. That's what I wanted to hear. You're fucking using me. You're fucking another girl. Kaylee, the niece, is sleeping next to me.
You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
I'm fucking done.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
Also, if the niece...
The last.
I'm going to back that one up too. I didn't hear what time he said that was.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Gilman, if you could. The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I wonder if this is the one we've already heard with the windshield wipers when...
Gilman, if you could pause there for 1 second.
This is the one we've already heard.
With respect to this message
At 6:08 a.m.
received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m. From
This is the one they're
your
on
knowledge of the
scene.
investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with her or around her at the time of this message?
The defense
6:08
played this.
Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Those windshield wipers are so fucking ominous. I think she was still calling John when they were out looking for him and then dropped the phone in Carrie's car.
I don't see Glenn Terry.
K-Pick said, Jen said she was standing outside the car. Jen said she was in the car when she made the 911 call because of how loud Karen was outside the car. So yes, I think the Commonwealth was playing these voicemails to prove that they were fighting, which they're going to argue as intent. Every time we listen to this, she sounds panicked, absolutely panicked, in a way very consistent with both Jen McCabe's and Carrie Roberts' testimony. They said she kept saying their names over and over. We hear it. We hear her wailing their names and John's name and is he dead? She continues to wail in panic and despair is what it sounds like to me. So you guys let me know what you think. Also, I'm waiting for the sun to shift so it stops shadowing my eyes. These are all voicemails from the victim's phone, Karen, yes. This was a fairly long one.
Thank you, Ms. Newman.
Can we turn the air conditioning back on? Thank you.
Ominous. Absolutely
Now, Trooper
ominous.
Guarino, in addition to the 53 phone calls that you've testified about, the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m. Did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
I believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget the exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
Now,
yes, when you blow people's phones up at 4 a.m., it tends to freak them out.
What, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it, in one report, it showed as dad. And then when I looked at it in Stonebridge, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
Now, sir, you testified the other day that upon your review of the defendant's extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone?
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
How long?
that was because it was turned off in the phone. Is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off. So
Objection, move to strike.
Yeah, so no gas. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you should know
Well,
from
for-
the extraction.
GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us locations in the phone. So if they're not there, they could be turned off.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll allow that.
It could be turned off because there's no
Now,
locations.
with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, analysis with respect to GPS and/or health data? Well, let me ask you this: is from your training experience and your casework with respect to
You already established
forensic
him.
analysis of electronic devices.
Didn't we already
what
do
is
this?
health data in a cell phone? How is that recorded, and what, if anything, can that tell you?
Okay. So in an iPhone, you can have health data. To use that
Because
health
mine's
data,
connected to Pokemon Go.
the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps. And
Sir, it's an Apple Watch, not an iWatch. Just saying.
that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Now, with respect to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
What, if any, sort of analysis, as opposed to just an analysis?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest.
Why are you talking so fast? This is some of the most important information in the case. We know John O'Keefe and Karen Reed are in the car together. So her not having GPS on, it seems, during this time indicates to me that the GPS wasn't turned off after she dropped him off. It might have been off before that. It might always be off, what have you. But this is going to be the most important part because he has John O'Keefe's phone is traveling with Karen Reed at this point, and they have GPS on. And no, I'm back to normal speed. He's just talking fast.
And then Waze is activated for 34 Fairview.
Oh,
So and then
they're
it shows
using
me
Waze
his
on
entire
phone.
route to 34 Fairview.
And what is Waze, sir?
Waze is similar to Apple Maps. It is the GPS program that, punch in like a Garmin type thing.
Like a Garmin?
I'd like to take you back just for a moment, just
Circa
to the
what
health data
year?
from the
It's a
Cellbrite extraction.
navigation app.
Specifically, you looked at data from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me
And
everything about
as far
John's
as the
phone.
health data was concerned, there was some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those?
I don't think anyone has mentioned if John O'Keefe had an Apple Watch, but most Apple Watches also have fall detection. So we'll see if he mentions it. A lot of phones have fall detection too.
Entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps when you might not actually be walking. His health data showed while he's driving that he's traveling and taking steps.
Objection, move to strike.
So I need a foundation.
Yeah, the period of
Guarino,
time.
Over the course of this investigation, your analysis,
The period of
became aware
time.
of other witness statements, surveillance video, things of that nature as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're aware of around the time just past 6 a.m. When
Right on,
his
objection.
So let's get a question first.
Oh, that's my objection.
He doesn't want the question to be out first.
You're aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you've already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
Compound AF.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signify within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period of 12:11 to 12:32, there are essentially 4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember the precise times and sort of the distance traveled?
I am taking
within
notes
those time frames?
on all of this.
I don't remember the precisely off the top of my head.
You're probably going to
Your
want
Honor,
to.
with the course submission, may the trooper refer to his report. Just
I
those
imagine
numbers.
this is going to be
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
important information.
Okay.
And sir, if you could just list for the jury what you found.
Yes. So at 12:11 and 9 seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th, it shows that he's taking 170 steps, going 99.6 meters or 326 feet. At at 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31, 56 to 12:32, 16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with respect to what's listed as steps,
It's a lot of movement.
from based on your training experience
So,
and familiarity with this sort of
You're
health
going to need
data,
to explain the stair data, sir.
what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
What is the case,
Uh, Like I said, the phone has internal measures.
So they're arguing his phone's not doing it?
The phone has internal measures
Or
in
he's
it.
not
Like I
doing
said,
it?
it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movement.
Well, then what's somebody
Just
doing with
waving
the
it
phone?
around and then could potentially.
Did you throw it around in your office to see how it would register? Because it's giving Murdaugh.
Cause it to think you're walking and moving.
You mentioned that from your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you indicated there was a Waze search for 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of what is Waze and what kind of information are you looking at there?
Waze is a GPS program. So you put your address you're looking to go to. It's going to tell you the fastest route, where the police are, etc.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably he's not at 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with respect to...
What I want to know is how they spent so much time on Jen McCabe's Google search and seem to have spent 0 time on what the victim's phone was doing. Because they should have been spending some time on that.
The location. Can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are, unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now,
And she's home at 12:36.
Next entry, as far as the location data, when is that and where?
So that's 12:24 a.m. She's connecting to the Wi-Fi at John's house at 12:36.
Now, the next entry, as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
It shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Out in the yard?
After 6 a.m. in the morning.
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you testified the other day to a tool that you use called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the location data in the tool of Axiom, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as how that works and how accurate it is?
So, like Cellbrite,
Like at what time
Axiom
does the
will
phone
also show the
stop
native
moving?
locations in an iPhone. They're able to display the range of accuracy in meters, and then also the speed of the phone in meters per second.
And were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer
This
to
should
the
just
report
be
for the numbers.
published. Go ahead. Just publish the report and go through it.
It's 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy. So at about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use, familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that and explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means?
Yeah. So, as I said, the iPhone tries to use multiple things to get you the best area of location where you're at. I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview, it's at the bottom, Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview, it's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there has many hills, so the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
Is that why Lally asked 9,000 witnesses if they had to go down a hill for like 2 weeks? Couldn't he have just asked one?
And as far as the degree of accuracy, what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So, like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets better accuracy, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, nope, you're right about here.
And to that point, or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And when you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature as far as the strength?
Lally, I will start singing satellite right now, sir.
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 bars of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2.
Zone.
So that tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
Now, turning back to this location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you mentioned you testified that
At least he didn't throw a phone around his office.
at 12:25:36 a.m. It has a certain accuracy and it was traveling at a certain speed, correct?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, speed is recorded in this location data between that 12:25 a.m. and 6:15?
What, if any,
36
speed?
a.m.?
Your Honor, may I just read? Thank you. What time frame exactly are you looking for?
What I'm asking is, what, if any, speed was recorded by the location data between that first 12:25:36 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for before that. No, there's no real speed registered until the phone is found the next morning.
And so that would be at the 6:15:36 a.m. time frame, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24 meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Thanks.
So when the phone gets picked up at the scene.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May 8th, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Now, what was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that day to May of 2000?
To see if my cell phone signal dropped.
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then
Measurements from what, though? Because nobody else took measurements.
basically a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
And what, if any, tools did you bring with you, and what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called SARTOPO. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app. So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's on like the big thing that would get us,
have those.
From where we believed his body was.
Big long tape measures that are in the thing. Mm-hmm.
To the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of KNPD and the KNPD cruiser cam video.
So the cruiser cam video that from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's
shows
correct.
it off to the
The one that
side.
shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with a KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
And so what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, was those,
What
how were
were
those
you
measured as
using?
far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe.
He's like, we put it on Google
at
Maps.
the Waterfall Bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area of 34 Fairview Roads, when was that first time frame?
The time he arrives?
Yes.
About 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Now, eventually, when you had all of these points as far as the direction of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
Do we have that map? Is the map with
Now,
us?
with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled in it, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
Okay. So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the waterfall bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview is put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road. that goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point. They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
So at the time that
do you guys notice how he answered that the GPS and the stairs data were not in the same area, and that is when they are going to 34 Fairview? So he said the stair register data was at 12:22, and they are still on the way to Fairview, and that they arrive at Fairview at 12:24. We'll see what happens with that on cross.
that health data is being recorded, and you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You said that like 5
And so at the time that
times.
the phone has that recording of the health data,
They are saying the stair data was during
is it
driving.
ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone initially, the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct? Yes. What, if any, movement did you observe following
What, if anything's not a cure on?
12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements.
So Karen Reed's phone is logging into the Wi-Fi at John O'Keefe's home at 12:36. She and John arrive at Fairview at 12:24. They need to give the jury a chart. And he says that between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there is no movement on John O'Keefe's phone. A minute after the phone arrives at 34 Fairview.
As well, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's
Lucy,
body was
I
found?
also can't believe there's
Yes.
no demonstrative.
And what, if any, measurements?
This seems to be some of the most critical data to the state's chart, or the state's case. And Lally is just throwing a ton of numbers at the jury, hoping for them to probably do what I'm doing, which is trying to frantically take notes, but not connecting any of the rest of it. And we also have witness testimony that says Karen Reed's car was outside 34 Fairview for 10 minutes. Some say 20 minutes. So.
Excuse me. The accuracy of those GPS measurements.
Everybody was drinking. So on perception of time, I want to see more. Well, I wanted to see more car data, and apparently there isn't any.
And latitude and longitude, what was the accuracy of that?
Can I read the exact thing? Okay. All right.
Aaron
So
said
from
there's
12:25
no
and 30
movement
seconds.
after 12:25, but the car moved up at least 2 times. If John O'Keefe was still in the car, and if that movement was big enough for the GPS on the phone or the motion on the phone to register.
It's to about 12:35 and 36 seconds. The GPS accuracy is tight on him for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood. 34 Fairview,
Signal
32,
issues.
31, and I'll read the exact. It's 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview. 12, 25, 31, it's 200-foot measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview, basically almost all the houses around. 32 seconds shrinks back down to 95-foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31.
I can't believe they don't have
At
a
33
visual.
seconds, it's 88 feet. Again, shrinking back in as the signal gets better, covering 32, 34 Fairview.
Okay.
72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So, as I said,
When he's talking about feet, he's talking about the range of the GPS accuracy as the signal is stronger or not.
signal weakens, it blows out, and then as signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we were in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we were within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet. Not accounting the stairs.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:35 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, what time period of that or what time period of any of the times that you observed is
What is the question?
possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house?
What is it? What is the question? When was it possible that John O'Keefe was near the house? If it's GPS, wouldn't you ask, when is he at the house? What is that?
Ask it differently.
Yeah. Thanks, Yannetti.
Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about,
Oh my God, these
what
questions.
time period did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the.
That's the question. What time period does the GPS encompass the inside of 34 Fairview? There we go. Chat, come on back. Everybody come back. We found a question with 2 hands and a map. There's the question. Did the GPS show John O'Keefe in the house at 34 Fairview?
What time period did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That 4th second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the 5th and 6th second, they're just showing the front yard.
And that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles, with reference to the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
What is his opinion based on the data? I don't even know what they're asking, but what opinion?
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed. It would take him, a second and a half to get to the house, and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour, a second to the house, a second back. There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home. There's no lat and long listed. It's just the degree of accuracy from the GPS signal.
So the 72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road, in order for him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during any of those measured timeframes, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
The objection sustained. The objection sustained.
Yeah, it's asked and answered at this point. He's just trying to reiterate. You know how you can reiterate your expert's finding, Lally? A, make it clear in opening, and B, a demonstrative chart would really help with tech data because juries want to see things while you're trying to explain. Maybe put up a map with the GPS plot points showing that the GPS radius circle is shifting as the signal shifts, and just show it on a map.
Sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
Over a half mile away. So Maplecroft at Pinecone Road.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll sustain the objection.
Did the phone enter is the question.
Yes.
Did the phone enter? Did Mr. O'Keefe's phone go into 34 Fairview? That's all. They're looking at whatever Lally's going to give the witness.
A series of documents, you can review those and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the plotted points I did through Google Earth, the maps, and then through LexisNexis, the track system, the GPS range and coordinates.
From the car?
The LexisNexis track system, if you could explain just a bit to the jury as far as what that is and how it's used to create these documents before you.
It's similar to that Sartopo program I used. It's a desktop-based GPS program.
Can you tell the jury what a topo program is? See, you need to explain it to the jury.
Put the points in, and then it will map them out and create, like I said, a KMZ file for you.
Should have been
so
up
you can
while
load
you were
into Google
talking.
Earth.
But that would be too easy.
John.
Are you going to try to do all of this? Are you going to try to do all of this information again?
6:30.
Or are you just not going to show the jury the map? Like, what are we doing?
May I return to the witness, John?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I publish this, jury?
Oh,
Yes.
you're going to do everything again now with the map up. That doesn't, repeating it 5 times doesn't help. I mean, I know this. I still repeat myself a ton, but this is not helping.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
That was me sighing that time. Overview of plotted points. Well, that's as clear as mud.
There should be a laser pointer up on the stand before you.
Good.
If you could, first of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit.
Yes.
And again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this particular slide.
So I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route. And then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here.
Same, sir. Same. I can barely see. Also,
it's not much better.
Same. No, it's not much
the
better.
The waterfall bar is...
You're going to have to, if you do it on overlays and then build to the last, this is not new. Okay, DAs used to take the Thomas Guide and like glue pages together onto giant poster boards. The technology is so much better, yet this map is giving nothing helpful.
It's right up, I can't really tell, honestly, from this, but it's on Washington Street. That's it's down here, I'm sorry. That's why I included an overview of everything so you could see the full range from the time period with that. GPS locations.
If I may, just if it's possible.
Can you not?
Voice up.
I'm sorry. I don't know if this is going to work any better, but if I could ask if we could turn the lights back on just so the witness can see what's before him, and then.
I don't know if it's going to work much better. It's your
With the
map.
court's permission, I think the map is still viewable to the jury, and now the witness can actually see the exhibit.
Can everybody see it?
You know what the map shows, Lally.
And so again, sir.
It's
sir,
your
I'm sorry.
map.
Now with visible
There we
before
go.
you, if you could just indicate again what we're
I don't know
looking
why
at.
the light behind me was yelling.
Yep. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it out, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS tracks go and their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of by Fairview.
There's a better version, Lally.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Thank you, Miss Gilman.
So
Sir, what are we looking at in this slide?
yep. So this is the track. This one shows the 1222. 1222 and 14 second GPS point where the right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were when the phone is registered.
I would just say you could do this with overlays. So you could do a street level map where everything is not a green color in the street level map. And then you can do overlay maps so that the jury gets a clear visual before you load it all onto one map. But we know we went to 34 Fairview. That's not the question.
Registering the ascending, descending stairs
Right.
like listed in Cellbrite.
If you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would go, continue down through this little piece here, take the right
Why
onto
is
Cedar
it
Crest. They continue down Cedar.
Why is there a giant overlay on the track system that, okay.
Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And Trooper, what are we looking at in this slide? And specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle with the attached to the
If you
left.
could look this way, please.
The
attached to
court reporter's
left
like, I can't fucking hear you.
If you could explain to the jury what that is and what that signifies in this.
Yeah. So as I said, we loaded this in through
Hey,
LexisNexis, and it gave us the GPS
We're
points
looking
for
at the worst map ever. Welcome.
for the route. The point is 348. I just want to double check. Yeah, point 348 is at 12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range, so how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Yeah, there we go.
Trooper, is this essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis?
That's correct. This is 34 Fairview right here, 32, and then again, this is where all the points are for the duration.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is the, as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows
Baxter
out as it
McLaughlin, I feel
loses
you.
strength, and then
Thank you
we'll
for
come
the
back
chat.
in as it gets better.
Tell your
signal.
colleagues the map is here now.
Gilman, if I could
I
have
don't
the
know
next
if it's
slide.
better. At least the zoomed in ones are a bit more helpful.
Again, Trooper, what's up on the screen? What are we looking at this as far as 12:25:31?
Same area where the 348 is. This is plot 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out and encompasses almost the whole neighborhood.
Right.
All the houses around.
So all
And
houses.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And again, sir, is this the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 12:25 and 31 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, just explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
So at that moment, the degree of accuracy was
Gilman, if I could have the
all.
next slide. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide and what time frame we're talking about.
Nancy asked a great question in the chat before we get back to Lally and the maps, repeating the testimony for the third time for the jury instead of just doing this all at once with the maps. Nancy says, why does he keep referring to it as stairs if the map is clearly showing them outside? Because the defense, I imagine, is going to argue that the stairs indicate that John O'Keefe was going up and down stairs inside 34 Fairview. So they are heading off arguments that hadn't been made yet that are going to come in cross-examination. Could he do that in redirect? Yep. Is he going to? Nope.
Yep. This is point 349, 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area. And that's that.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 12:25, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this, in particular in relation to the earlier slides.
The time is the time on the map?
Yeah. So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in as accuracy gets better.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Oh, there it is. The time is on the top.
What GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 12:25 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, lat long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 12:25 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And again, if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah. So it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at in this one?
This is 12:25 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. Trooper Guarino, this is the same GPS.
So this is the visual.
12:25 and 34
He's
seconds.
testified multiple times now that the GPS degree of accuracy or distance of accuracy is contracting. So this is the page by page visual of
Is that
that.
correct?
That's correct.
Instead of doing it
Again,
while
you
he
could use that laser pointer direct to jury's
was
attention.
testifying originally about this,
Yeah.
which he could
So
have
34
done.
Fairview is here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house, but everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have
Believed
the
to
next
be or
slide.
is?
What GPS point and what time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 12:25, 35 seconds. Same thing. Again, GPS point's still saying it's right there where his body was. But again, it dropped from 72 feet of accuracy down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside only of the house.
So the signal strength is strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could have the next slide, Ms. Gilman. And again, sir, same GPS point of number 346, the same time at 12:25, 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's
Don't worry,
12:25
Chad.
and 36 seconds.
If you have the longer
Again, showing
app,
that the signal strength has, again, grown and gotten better.
I'll let you know when we get to cross.
As far as growing,
Hang in there, guys.
What accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at in this?
This is within 52 feet.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this group, the next slide. And again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 12:25 and 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer.
No, Chad, your frustration is why
Yep.
he
As I
should have
said,
used the map when
there's
they
no
first described
any
his testimony.
plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and
That's where the
there's
final
varying
rest
degrees
of
of
the phone
accuracy,
is.
but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else in that neighborhood.
Yeah, Bill Chung.
Yes.
What'll be interesting is if the jury looks at the data on the phone and goes, okay, so we still don't know what happened. It seems that based on John O'Keefe's phone, he wasn't in the house. And it seems based on everything else that Karen Reed doesn't know that she hit him. So are we going to know what happened, or are we still going to be left with questions?
I just gave it back.
If you could take a look at that and look up when you're finished.
Yep.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is a second map I created with the Cellbrite locations from their native locations.
More maps.
The previous one was from Axiom. So
More
I used
maps.
both programs to map it.
Why did you use both programs, sir?
Do this when you go over the testimony the first time instead of spending 20 minutes going over numbers with no visuals and then going over the visuals again. It's cumulative. I wish the defense would object and try to keep it out. I don't think it would work, but I would love the defense to just be like, objection cumulative, asked and answered, because it is asked and answered. Use the maps the first time.
As I said, Axiom showed movement and degree of accuracy where Cellbrite doesn't. It just gives you the native locations. I use two programs so I can corroborate what I'm seeing in one is the same as the other, because if not, then I need to find out why.
Okay.
And as far as the information from one program to the other program, were they corroborative of each other?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and admit collectively as the next exhibit. No objection.
This all should have been done at the beginning. And again, repeating it doesn't make it better. It is what it is. If you're confident in your evidence, just put it in there.
May I return to witness?
Upon the
Yes.
lookout, that's true. This is true.
Jury?
I do
Yes, with
get
the lights on still?
travel also makes me antsy. You know, it's the ADHD thing. You've got something left to do in the afternoon. It's going to take up your brain your whole day.
That you have before you, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes. So again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 234 Fairview down Cedar Crest, again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Cellbrite.
And the next slide is going. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this particular slide.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right here. 34 Fairview is right here. There's a little
Which is
yellow push
consistent
pin on
with
it.
where people say they saw the SUV.
And again, sir, I'm sorry, just from the timing of the plotting of the points, the purple dots that you have there, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes in reference. If I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular slide. Where
Amanda, we will send a notification in the app
Right here.
when we get to
And
cross.
if I could ask you with
Absolutely.
laser pointer to direct the jury's
That's what the app's for.
attention to the path of Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
If we can save you aggravation, we're here
How
for
it
it.
travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As I shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, comes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a fire hydrant right there.
Tell me if I could have the next slide. And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide, what are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about a 50-foot elevation change again. So it's pretty significant.
And so I'm sorry, sir, as far as the elevation change that you're talking about, how is that measured and how and where is that in reference to what's depicted up here?
So again, like I said, in this area here, there's about a 20-foot drop, and then as you go down Cedar Crest, that hill, it's about 50 feet. This spot here is the ascending, descending stairs. So, as I said before, he doesn't have an iWatch on, so it's not collecting
Apple Watch? An
that
Apple
great health
Watch?
data. It's still acting as a pedometer. So,
Well, that's good to know.
again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Could be.
Is Trooper Guarino, what are we looking at in this one?
This timestamp is 12:19, 32 seconds. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 views searched. So this looks to be the time Waze is actually opened up.
And so from the purple dots that are depicted on the screen, as far as where is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:19 a.m. in reference to 34 Fairview Road?
12:19 is right here. 34 Fairview's down all the way here. Number, you can't really see, but it's right in the bottom corner.
And the next slide, Ms. Gilman.
This is the same map, but just minus the tracks.
Okay.
The tracks graphic.
I'm sorry, Trooper, I lost track of what page we're on. Is there any other pages
Same.
in that exhibit for you?
Any more, Lally, any more?
No, that's the last one.
Any more, sir? Are we done
May I
yet?
approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I think
Your
for
Honor,
the
may we approach?
Commonwealth, the answer is no. All right, as they approach, I'm going to zoom. My frustration with Lally's style is just that. It is my frustration with
The
Lally's style.
lawyers and I have something that we have to do, so it'll be a little bit longer. I hear it's nice and cool back in the jury deliberation room.
Oh, they're taking the morning
So
break.
We're going to take a half an hour, 45-minute break.
30 to 45 minutes?
All right.
I have a flight today. What are we doing? Oh my God. Why couldn't this have been done on Voir dire Day? Like, why? Okay, let's zoom and see what we can ascertain. Emily, why do you start late? Gestures broadly to all of this. All right. No, I should be good. If court ends on time, I should be good to get to the airport. I'm going to wait and see if they work on the record, and then I'm going to zoom to see where we're at.
You are.
Okay. Let me zoom and see if they put anything on the record. Okay, we are caught up to real time, and they are still on the OnlyFan. Let's answer some questions and go through some super chats as we OnlyFan it up over here. Woosah. I don't know how we end up here. I don't know what they're working on. I don't know why they're on break. I don't know why we're here. I just don't know why we're here. But sidebars are not supposed to be broadcast, so we are just going to wait. I am going to answer questions, and we'll go from there. I saw the question, will I be able to sleep on the plane? Hopefully. I need it. Packing is hard. So packing is difficult. All the executive functioning required to travel, and that's multiple different things. And who knows? If you run into me at VidCon, I don't know what I'll be wearing. Things are in a suitcase. We'll see what those things are when we get there. Let's do a quick summary and then answer some questions, and then hopefully court will resume soon. But I think we are probably, let's see. They've been on break for 35 minutes, so we should be caught up to live in just a few minutes. So we'll just do questions. That has killed our zooming. Killed all of our zooming. This is just a hippie in the chat is asking the question that everyone is asking. Have they introduced a cause of death? No. Though, if the coroner is their last witness, it seems that maybe that is their next witness. Fingers crossed. All right, let's do a quick summary as best we can of the morning, and then get to super chats and questions and stuff. So the court morning recess is 45 minutes this morning because the judge said that there were things that the lawyers and the court needed to take up. Those are being taken up in a sidebar outside the presence of, well, at least the internet audience. After the court started a bit late this morning because they were dealing with, well, court matters. And then we were dealing with the rulings from God, my brain just stopped. The rulings from the prosecution's, the Commonwealth's, full brain stoppage. The Commonwealth's motion to exclude witnesses. The judge is allowing in all of the witnesses that voir dired. The judge is limiting the testimony of the doctor as to what the injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are consistent with, but not what they are inconsistent with. So no testimony regarding vehicle collisions and things like that. The court also had questions about the second accident reconstruction biomechanical engineer's testimony, saying that they can't give an opinion about injuries because that opinion has to be given by medical professionals. I think that the way biomechanical engineers testify, we might still see information about the mechanisms of injury, because that's literally their entire job. So, and just not whether those injuries are what caused death. The court is going to reserve ruling on that and narrowing or not that testimony until next week, because we will be in the defense's case next week. Is there still a possibility that this goes to the jury next week? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible, but we will see what happens. So then we got back into witness 66, the text or the data expert for the Commonwealth. This is the state trooper that did the phone extractions and went through them. We heard the voicemails that Karen Reed left with John O'Keefe, where she is clearly pissed at John O'Keefe. All of those voicemails are left after 12:34 a.m. or 12:35 a.m. Her Wi-Fi automatically reconnects to John O'Keefe's home Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. What we learned from John O'Keefe's phone GPS data is they are at 34 Fairview at 12:24 a.m. and his phone at 12:25 a.m. stops moving in between 32 and 34 Fairview and does not move until 6:30 something the next morning. So from 12:34 to, or 12:24 to 12:25, in that minute, the phone stops moving. The voicemails that we heard previously was the voicemail where Karen Reed's phone seems to be on an open line inside Carrie Roberts' car. And that open line picks up the 911 call made by Jen McCabe and those wiper blades that are thumping in the background whilst Karen Reed is really just wailing in distress in the background through the closed car and in the blizzard. You can hear her distinctly yelling the names of both Carrie and Jen and more. The other voicemails, she is clearly pissed at John. At one point says, "I'm here with your fucking niece and nephew. You're fucking some girl. You're a fucking pervert." And that insult repeats in a few of the voicemails. She is clearly pissed, wondering where he is and thinking that he is cheating on her and accusing him of such, until the voicemail in the early morning hours after 4 a.m., where it is very rushed and it sounds panicked with a "John, where are you?" So there's a shift in those voicemails, but we also know there are 53 missed calls in that period of time. And that is after she has texted him, "I'm going home, I'm leaving, your niece and nephew are alone," and he doesn't respond. if this testimony had come in earlier, we would have had more context for why Karen Reed at 4 a.m. has gone like 0 to 60 with stress, because if we knew what the text messages were that she's telling him, I'm going back to my house, I'm leaving your niece and nephew alone, and he did not respond to her, now we have a foundation for the behavior. We have a little bit more context and understanding that this fight had gone over, had spilled over overnight, and he just wasn't responding at all. So with that, it looks like court is back. I'm going to keep pulling up questions, but we will see what happens from here. But the judge is walking back onto the bench, and unfortunately, we didn't get to questions. We will get to them. Don't worry. We have lost our Zoom. So questions will happen. And I will just let them happen overlaid with the court as the judge is coming back onto the bench. We will see if she...
Session, you may be seated.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, did that give you enough time?
Something is going on with the lawyers.
Okay. All right, so Ms. McLaughlin, why don't I hear you just briefly?
This is
if you could frame this, or Mr. Larry, whoever wants to.
All right, tell us what's up.
Yeah, sure. The Commonwealth is moving to introduce a Google search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th.
A Google search, you say? The defendant's Google search at 1:29 a.m. Oh, tell me everything about this.
2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate.
What now? Also, if I'm the defense, I might let this in. Because if she is thinking, and she said AM or PM, but she is texting Yannetti on the 29th, and she had said AM the first time, and then she said PM. But search for, if I'm the defense, I'm letting in search for DUI attorneys, because a DUI attorney is a whole different ball of wax than a defense attorney or a homicide attorney or a best attorney if you kill someone. If she thinks that she's going to get a DUI, that's interesting. So I heard AM the first time, but we're going to back it up and do it again. And see what time she says the Google search is.
2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google
I just missed it. We just missed the mark.
Search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate for the jury to hear, as it rebuts the Bowden defense that the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further,
it does go to her state of mind at the time the search was conducted. And what do you draw from her state of mind at the time the search was conducted? This is after they drew her blood at the hospital. So do you think that she thinks she's getting a DUI?
It also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defense has put it, that the police did not search any.
Well, ma'am, now you're reaching. That Google search does not rebut that there was any impropriety. But it does go to the defendant's state of mind. I think the defendant's state of mind is that she was drunk and driving, and then shit happened and she doesn't know what it was. I think that's the state of mind it goes to. I don't know if it rebuts anything else.
Investigate any other potential culprits. It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement.
And the consciousness of guilt is to DUI, right?
Interview. And so for all those reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that Google search is appropriate, and it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or that they should have investigated anyone else.
All right. And I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very
court might say no.
limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Tianetti.
Oh.
Thank you. Your Honor, you had asked that.
A strong limiting proposal. Allison, thank you for the super chat. Allison asked a question, so we're going to interrupt and answer it real quick. Do they want us to believe that the stair data is not accurate, but then also want us to believe that the GPS is accurate enough to show he was in the yard and never in the home? Seems contradictory, right? They're trying to argue it out of both sides of their mouth. If the stairs can be off, can the location be off too? I imagine that that's exactly what the cross-examination is going to ask Allison, because, yep. No picking and choosing with that.
I produce proof of the phone call from Michael Proctor to my
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this marked for identification for the purpose of this argument, if I could.
Sure.
Show counsel. It's been redacted.
Okay. So let's have it marked for ID before I hear you any further. So Madam Court Reporter needs to mark it.
L for identification.
All right, and if I may have that. Thank you very much. Just give me a minute, Ms. Giannetti. Call occurred. All right, so this is just that a call occurred, right?
That a call was made from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, you can see the last 4 digits there, to my client at 1:19 p.m. on January 29th.
Interesting.
Approximately 8 minutes before she calls to investigate a potential DUI attorney.
Okay, so folks.
So they're going to argue invocation of counsel. I honestly don't know if this hurts the defense bringing this in, but I don't blame the defense at all for arguing it, because if you can keep it out, keep it out. I think if it comes in, it doesn't hurt. But she gets a call from Michael Proctor, and we knew this because that's how he figured out where she was to go get the car. He got a call. She got a call from Michael Proctor at 1:19, and then at 1:27 is Googling DUI attorneys. But if she's Googling, again, if she's Googling DUI attorneys, what does she think the police want to talk to her about? So at 1:29 p.m., she's Googling DUI attorneys. At 1:19 p.m., Michael Proctor calls her and is like, hey, we need to talk to you. So let's see what happens. He's going to argue invocation of counsel.
Focus on the law for me and tell me why I should exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen, one of them is an unpublished opinion, the other is a homicide case. They couldn't be more distinguishable from this case. With regard to the unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search for a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask for Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney. He made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled
they went specifically to the weapon, right?
And it was not outweighed by the danger of unfair.
He's talking about he's distinguishing the cases the court is relying on from the Commonwealth.
By the police, and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which is to look for an attorney for representation. There's zero.
And I don't think the Commonwealth can go as far as arguing that it is consciousness of guilt when you're looking for an attorney, because somebody looking for an attorney or asking for an attorney cannot be argued or read into, just like you can't argue somebody taking the fifth and be like, oh, they're not saying shit, they're guilty. You can't argue that. It's inappropriate. They have a right to counsel and a right to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, a right to remain silent. And invoking those rights, exercising your constitutional rights, cannot be used against you. So I don't know if they can argue consciousness of guilt when the police have just called. Let's see where Yannetti goes with that.
Probative value to that, other than she's presumed to be innocent and she's seeking an attorney to defend that presumption of innocence.
Which are her
That's
rights.
it. There's zero probative value. But there is an extreme and...
Also, are you telling me she landed on Yannetti from a Google search? Because if this is the attorney she landed on from a Google search, this is the best fucking luck of a Google search that anyone has ever had. Because I don't think you just stumble across an attorney like Yannetti. He is a very good attorney. You just Googled the... okay. That's some Google luck right there.
Prejudice in this case. Your Honor, the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether...
Also, chat, you're right. You're right that it's not a good look for the Commonwealth to argue that Karen Reed's Google search is reliable, but Jed McCabe's Google search is bullshit. Trying to argue both sides of your mouth when you're the government doesn't tend to go over well with people. And the Commonwealth should be mindful of that, right?
In doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant. I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying to, Your Honor. I'm flabbergasted.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So on the balancing act that I have to do, I find...
He's flabbergasted that they're proposing to argue her retaining counsel is consciousness of guilt because it is so contradictory to the law, the Constitution, and you know that. So when he's like, I'm flabbergasted that we're even here arguing something as basic as you can't the fuck do this. She's like, well, then I'm going to stop you. No. Don't stop him. Let him finish unless you're just going to stop him and deny it.
And that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial impact. All right. So I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief.
That's
now,
why she cut him off.
You feel...
I know you guys think Bev is biased. I can see it in the chat, but this is why she cut Yannetti off, because she was already going to deny it. And she tends to do that to him when she's already made up her mind. And generally those rulings go in his favor when she cuts him off. But that's why the judge is like, okay, you're flabbergasted. Right. No, don't hyperbole at me. I'm just denying it. Can we move on? Like, just stop spinning your wheels.
Feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible. I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
So that's being kept out.
All right. Back in, please.
That's being kept out during the Commonwealth's case in chief.
Yes, please.
Unless a door is opened. I imagine it won't be, because that is, and even if a door is opened, I don't think they can get into it. That is an invocation of counsel and you can't argue it. So she was like, can you just stop? Oh, Chad, I definitely agree. Her tone is patronizing. But she's like, can you just stop so we can get on with this witness?
You have a bad back and you need to stand. Just stand at any time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. Are they bringing the jury back in? I'm going to zoom until the jury's back in. The jury is coming back in.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right,
Jesus fucking Christ. Emily, that was unfair. The reason there's no further questions is because the judge denied their request at sidebar. So now it's Yanetti's turn. Miguelina, will you let the chat, the app know that we are
Mr. Lally, you left your
on cross
material here.
Mr. Lally, your notes.
Thank you, sir. Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics.
Let's fight
you
with
graduated
credentials.
from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
Right. You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts state trooper in 2015?
Yes, I did.
And you spent 4 years in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019?
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
Oh, boy.
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars?
Oh,
that is
boy.
also not true.
Okay, well, you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, actually over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, 2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was
All right.
when I took most of them.
I got you. But you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
No, that's not what he said.
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
I didn't ask you where it
multiple.
was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Probably have to.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
The defense is going to battle credentials between this expert and their expert because they want the jury to pick and rely on their expert. So don't feel disparaged. You're not being disparaged. This is part of the court system.
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Correct.
Mrs.
Yeah,
Cross.
correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
And you've never taught a course
Not
in
yet.
computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you could say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still
Melanie, I
fresh
agree.
in your memory, correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago,
Well,
sir?
if you're not done.
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using.
Yeah, it depends if you're done.
If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
Okay. But once the information is received
That's
that
fair.
you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available.
Well,
then
let's say you've completed your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details. Trooper, is that your testimony before this jury?
Right into that one.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
You walked right into that.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones, computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
I mean, but what he said is it's in the other reports as well.
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being
Believed
accurate
to be
and truthful,
is actually
correct?
restrained
Especially in a
for this
homicide
investigation.
investigation.
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted?
I don't remember the exact conversation.
But there was a conversation,
A
correct?
number of you are
sure there
asking
was.
if he will be asked about the hot mic. If it's something that the jury couldn't have heard, which it seems like they can't have, I think it would be a problem to do so, but we'll see.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road.
Right, that's how they
in
got
Canton.
to the case.
Those were your words, were they not?
Right.
All right, so the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor
shit's
tell
out of the
you
horse
that
at
he
that
had
point.
received
He
or
probably read it in a
retrieved
report.
John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right.
It's not a helpful chain of custody.
But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene.
Live Life for Tacos, which is a solid life methodology by my book, said, was the hot mic recorded by the reporter? Probably not. I doubt that. And again, we can hear a lot more in court than they can. And you'll see some of the reporters using a headphone to hear the feeds. They can't hear at all in this courtroom. The AC has gotten so loud that the reporter pool in the back cannot hear at all. So you'll see the headphones to try to hear the feeds because they can't hear what's going on in court. So no, the reporter wouldn't have recorded it. I don't think the witnesses know how much more sensitive the mics are to us because they're not supposed to be watching any of the feeds. So I don't think they know. Like Scotty doesn't know.
The cell phone of John O'Keefe.
The jury does not have headphones.
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, but you know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand, and I'm explaining. I don't know what scene it's from.
You don't get to explain, sir, most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
Okay, so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier, Ms.
Can you
Giannetti.
read the first 2 lines?
Let him grab it.
Chad in the chat said, Scotty doesn't know.
Go.
Can you read the first 2 lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation, was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that you included that clause. While on scene, they secured his phone. Did you not?
I did write that.
Okay. And
he
that
just
was
doesn't
back
know where
on
it
February
came
4th
from.
of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost, when I first got the phone.
Well, you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime.
I don't think it was.
Ridiculous question.
You don't think it was. Okay.
But it goes to the defense theory of the case,
Now,
right?
in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. We're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from. What the scene location?
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
It was
All right.
given to him.
So
Are we parsing words?
You
Is this- we're
described
playing
in your
word games?
report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office, yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with me
This whole case with
that
the chain of custody.
someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
Recovered, not seized.
I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discussed
Recovered.
in that same February 4th, 2022 report. The very
And I would read that report as the phone was recovered at 34 Fairview. If they weren't given the phone till the hospital from EMS or whatever, it's different. I would read it as recovered.
same report. In that report,
Jess,
after
that's
you
what he's
name
going to
the
get at an
tools
argument.
that you used to extract data from the phone.
Jessa Theory in the chat said these two both denied going to Fairview on the 29th. Yes. And we know EMS was given the phone by Kerry Roberts. He's just going to get to your report on where the phone even came from is wrong. So
you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
What?
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts?
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
All right. That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
What?
In the February 4th report?
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
Oh,
This
well,
is
that
just
makes
my
sense.
extraction report saying that I got the phone.
And
it was extracted and placed onto the server.
It wasn't
And then I
reviewed.
wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the
fair.
first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
Oh, there was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location
like
data
his
on John
demeanor
O'Keefe's
in
phone
that.
until April of 2023.
Sir, it's a murder
correct?
trial.
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an...
I'm not surprised they didn't go through it. Why am I not surprised they didn't go through it? Because all the investigators in this case were like, I don't understand what the question is. She hit him with the car. So why would we look for more? And that is the problem with Trooper Proctor's text. We know from Trooper Proctor's text on January 29th, 2022, his thoughts about the case were she waffled him, they got in a fight, she hit him with her car. And then they didn't seem to do anything else with this case until the defense started going, excuse me, there's a lot of questions here. And then they went, oh, maybe we should look at if there's answers for those questions. Sigh.
Affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit,
right. So they didn't look at it until the defense looked at it.
No member of the state police homicide investigation team, including
That's wild.
you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had,
That's
sir?
wild.
For John O'Keefe's device, for Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.?
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions and
He didn't look at any of the stuff on the victim's phone, it seems, until after the defense report about it. Why I say that's wild is because I think the defense has a very strong argument for, and we know the defense's argument from opening is, Karen Reed was framed. But I think there is a very strong argument for this investigation was so outcome determinative from the get-go. Trooper Proctor said she hit him, and everyone just went with that assumption and had no curiosity, didn't investigate, and that's why we're here. There was always just confirmation bias and never actually an investigation. So whether you believe John O'Keefe went into the house, whether you believe there's not enough evidence to show that, whether you believe Karen Reed might have hit him, whatever you believe, I don't know how you get around the fact that this investigation was like, that's the solution, and then just kind of walked off and was like, we're good here. Are we done yet? It's wild to me. And so as they're getting into this, they're like, oh, you didn't even look until after the defense expert looked. So, framed or not framed, this investigation didn't investigate anything other than she hit him. And they determined that within a handful of hours.
Till later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when I did look at it.
On it, correct?
Yes, there's no report until
later.
Same with Jennifer McCabe's location
I'm not
data.
done. I'm still mad. If this is, and I'm mad, I'm just mad at this whole investigation because if Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe, then this, I think, investigation is not looking great for a successful prosecution. And if she didn't, then they just decided that they were going to go full steam ahead, even though there's information that points to at least a second reasonable conclusion. And they're just like, no, we're rolling it. But if this is the type of investigation that a fallen officer gets, what kind of investigation are they doing in other cases? Because I've got a lot of questions. And also, Karen Reed and her attorneys will have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more. And it seems that the investigation didn't happen until their defense happened. Not everyone can afford that. So what else is happening here? And again, whether you think at this point, I think there's three options. Karen Reed did it. Karen Reed didn't do it. What if anything has been proven? I think the what if anything has been proven is going to be the overwhelming question looming over this case. Because even if jurors are like, I'm not sure it's not enough. Where did we get? Oh, I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated in the timing of all of this.
Correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
All right. You didn't report on Brian Alberts
so
Colin
frustrated.
Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data. So I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the Axiom report?
Yeah, no. Any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed? Where is that?
What do you that I wrote that?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we went to scene. That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right. Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page
You're humming.
It'll be page 4 or 5. It should be in the top there. Paragraph 9.
Are you humming? Scotty
Can
doesn't
read it if
know.
you'd like.
Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Don't tell Scotty. Chances that the stream completely gets demonetized if we just play that clip at the lunch break. I think it's probably
would you agree
high.
with me in paragraph 9?
But I'm kind of willing to
nothing that
roll
mentions
it.
that the accuracy is
But
within
I'm
3 feet.
nervous that it'll get the stream
From the program?
down.
No, I'm asking you about a report that you authored, that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph 12, I'm sorry. It says, Trooper Proctor and I began to measure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wrote, Trooper Proctor and I began measuring the approximate
I'm
location.
not asking you to read it.
Oh, okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12, and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we pointed on our
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it important in
Can I
this
answer too?
investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
Yes.
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
Notice again, based on the defense's theory of the case, that they do not refer to John O'Keefe as the decedent. In a lot of cases, especially for those of you watching along with the Koberger prosecution, Ann Taylor is very good and very specific at referring to even the trial as the, not the penalty phase, but the sentencing phase and the innocence phase, not the guilt phase. Her languaging is very specific, all of it pointing to the fact that her client is innocent until proven guilty. In this case, based on the defense theory, they refer to John O'Keefe as the victim, not the decedent, because their theory is not that he wasn't murdered. Their theory is that Karen Reed didn't do it. So the languaging with the defense attorneys is something that is very intentional, and again, reminds the jury that we are talking about a victim, not a victim of Karen Reed. That is what the defense's theory is here. But we are talking about a victim, not just a decedent. It's an interesting way to make sure the jury is constantly reminded that this investigation should have done better. And that's normally not what you're going to see being argued by the defense. I think it's a really solid strategy.
All right. Well, you testified
Stephen, I agree with you.
that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate?
Did you say that? Yeah.
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I used multiple programs, but yes, I used Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time, John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m. And that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered.
I'm also frustrated. I'm not done being frustrated today, apparently, but I'm also frustrated that we have not gotten into a ton of information about John O'Keefe's phone. We got so much more information in the Murdaugh case from phone statuses, screens on, screens off, battery level. There's more information there to be gleaned. It's just not being shared with us. And I think, again, that points to the fact that this was an afterthought. And that's really what's frustrating me so much, is that all of this feels like an afterthought to a foregone conclusion, which is not the way investigations should be done. It's not the way prosecutions should be done. It's just not.
At a speed of 0.0484 meters per second.
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving, according to that data, at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact time frames that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here, because what I'm asking is, you knew
He didn't know.
that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe
He said he didn't
had
know.
already been incapacitated and mortally wounded.
He
That
said he
was my
didn't know
question.
that until he heard
Yes,
the voice.
sorry. I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand.
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
Yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD and then later comes to the office.
I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you, does that help you in your investigation of a potential, of a homicide, to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have?
When you extract the phone, it all extracts. Is he asking why the phone wasn't put into airplane mode? Maybe that's what he's getting.
Been the one moving with it.
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data.
Yeah, you put an airplane
Again, after
mode.
the police take custody
Did
of
they
the phone.
not?
Isn't there?
Yes, if you
Airplane mode,
can,
Faraday bag.
place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah. You mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Or a box,
but-
Faraday bag or box.
When that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode
It's probably locked.
that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
I mean, it was probably a lock.
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m., correct?
that is correct.
All right. And there's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15
Oh, I didn't
a.m.
know
and
that.
thereafter,
I don't think I've ever tried.
no investigator in this case put that phone into a
There you
Faraday
go.
bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Why didn't an investigator preserve the victim's phone? Because they thought they knew what happened.
In fact,
Sheila, thank
after
you.
John O'Keefe's cell phone
I
started
think I've had my
registering
Snorlax.
movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you've previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence.
Notice he's attacking the investigation, not the data on the phone. I know why I think he's doing it. Chad, I would love to hear why you think he's doing it. But notice he's attacking the methodology and the conclusions of the investigation only.
You had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at 1 Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
Yes, that's correct. She wasn't.
You can speak to where she was. Was she still connected to the Wi-Fi? Did the Wi-Fi disconnect? At what time did the Wi-Fi disconnect? You should have that info and be able to tell us what it is. No one is asked, but you should know. What time did her phone disconnect from the Wi-Fi at Meadows?
34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
As I said, she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now, we've talked about the findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of.
That's why they're not
Rick
attacking the
Green
data.
by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th,
Which they did.
correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
You learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation.
Waze is
Yes,
great.
sir.
And regarding your analysis of
Waze
the
is
phone,
real good
you
for, like,
learned
city
that there
traffic.
was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
So the defense
And
is starting to tie
Apple
together
Health data can
their points
reveal
in cross.
a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or downstairs, correct?
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar
Wouldn't you have tried to
video.
link
I just
those
have
up?
the timestamp from the phone showing it.
If you knew the victim's motions earlier, wouldn't you have reviewed if they were consistent on the phone and on the video and where you know he went to make sure that they are lined up?
At around 12:12,
Okay.
at the waterfall.
All right, and it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds? And then you...
Oh, yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered, yes.
All right. And regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health...
This stream brought to you by Waze, apparently. It is great.
170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Yeah. Okay, so
sorry.
Yeah, let's assume there was...
The issue is, and anyone who's played Pokemon Go knows this, is that sometimes the phone will register steps even if you're not taking steps. So that's why he's like, I can't tell you if John O'Keefe took 170 steps. The phone registered those steps. I can't tell you if they were actually taken. It's a fair distinction.
Steps for the purpose of this discussion here,
yeah.
Okay? Because, and they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes.
Okay,
but
all right, so let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that
he could have
John
just watched
O'Keefe
the video.
Took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right. Yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not have been. No.
I'm just asking about what the...
Jay Quag 1350 said, my cousin was hit by a car and her phone sent an alert to her emergency contacts. Anyone know what version of phone he had? We don't. And I asked this too. Most iPhones also have fall detection if it's turned on, but we don't know. But then again, I also am of the understanding that Lexuses have automatic like crash avoidance and auto stopping, and that's never come up. So there is information we know that is not before the jury, which it gets increasingly more frustrating 8 weeks in, right? So I don't know.
Data
they never
shows.
said what
and I would
version
say no.
of phone he
If
had.
it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly
and
based on the
iPhones have
data,
crash alert too.
You don't know
in addition
where
to
those
phone
170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22:22. Sorry, 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but approximately.
Yeah. Approximately, yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transversed, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that had specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Celebrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced.
Yes, sir.
Specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
You continue to read that correctly, Mr.
Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
You continue to read that correctly, Mr. Yannetti.
Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Celebrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking.
And that's the difference with some of the other cell phone experts, right? It's becoming very stark that the Commonwealth brought in 2 other experts to go deeper into the Celebrite report. This witness, that is not what he is doing. He's like, these are what the report said. We ran it through multiple programs and we're not really going deeper than that. That is why we had 2 other experts come in, not to talk about the victim's phone, but to talk about Jen McCabe's Google search. But they spent so much time harping on the Celebrate and the time of it all. Are you left with the impression of like, well, if the Celebrite time says that, do we need to go deeper on that? Like, are we just cool with that all of a sudden? Or do we still have questions? Why is it different? Because the Celebrite expert was never asked, is this a problem just with getting information out of this particular database? And is that why the time was off? They never gave a overview of it was going as to this file, as to this thing, but the rest of the reports are accurate because those are coming from different log files. No, we never got into that.
The data itself, it gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, the time?
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
And I think Celebrite found an issue with extracting things out of
I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at 12:22?
I'm not asking about the house. I'm asking about the data.
Didn't ask about
I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, maybe helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just
oh my God,
keep saying
Lally. Hey, Lally, counsel gets to do his cross-examination, but thanks for trying to help him clarify his questions. Bruh.
All I'm hearing is data.
I thought that was
Do you know
clear.
which data Mr. Yannetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24. And then, as I stated before, Celebrate shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, but we're going to get to that. But
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm
not
asking you about
that
the fact
confusion.
that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So again, that's what it's shown. I can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away.
Because he was in the
between
car.
that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment, Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay? If you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Experts are allowed to be asked hypothetical. I'm interested about the difference in the timing on the data. So let's see. Allison Harris asked, I was asked this on the radio this morning too, before I accidentally fell back asleep and then was late for stream. Allison said, Emily, do you think Karen will testify? I have seen the clip of her outside of court saying that she wants to testify. I have specific thoughts of that because I don't think Karen has anything to gain from testifying other than she, as an individual, very, very, very much wants to, because wouldn't you want to explain too? Wouldn't you want to have a chance to say something too? You've sat there for 8 weeks while people talk at you and about you. Don't you want to say something to defend yourself? Probably. But the focus right now is on the state and the state's investigation. The second she takes a stand, if she does, it becomes on what she says, what she doesn't say, her demeanor. I think it opens her up for more harm than good. And I don't think she needs it.
That apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple Coca-Cola time?
I'm asking you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
That's not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
With regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the 3 clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
All right. And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
Right. You have all the data.
Yes. Mr. Lally, did you get a chance to look at that?
You have all the data, sir. You have the data. You have the full phone extraction. But you see where Yannetti is going with that, right? Doubt. Yannetti is going towards doubt.
Review it.
Well, and to his theory of the case.
Specifically to place this before you and ask you to review it, directing your
That's a
attention
helpful looking
specifically to
demonstrative
what is
or
marked
report.
Process 3434.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see the process 3434 highlighted in blue on what I've placed before you?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the right side of that exhibit, do you also see process 3434 with more information on the right side?
Yes.
And do you see the 3 different clocks that are listed on that printout?
I do.
What are those 3 different clocks?
Sorry, it's a bit blurry. Monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
And looking at that, and by the way, do you recognize that as being information that was available from John O'Keefe's phone from the extraction?
Yes.
So you had the data.
Exhibit, Your Honor?
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
That's from
No, Your Honor.
the whole extraction's already in evidence.
What are we going to call that, Mr. Yannetti?
It should be in one of the other exhibits.
It could be called...
Whatever the exhibit is of the cell phone extraction, you just need to make it that exhibit number A.
You know,
but nobody asked me.
Regarding 3434.
Okay.
Or printout from John O'Keefe's phone.
640. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you have exhibit 640 in front of you, sir. Looking at 640, is it clear to you that those 3 clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic clock regarding this particular Waze artifact from John O'Keefe's phone says 2:22 a.m., while the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
The
yes.
Clocks are off by 3 minutes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that 2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
I don't. Didn't look through Axiom. I was using Cellbrite for that.
Okay. But certainly that would have been available to you had you looked at it, correct?
He didn't look at that info.
Well, this is but the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Yes,
the information in that exhibit to see the 3 different clocks, sir?
Yes, but I can explain why this is incorrect.
No,
right, maybe
this
Mr.
is
Lowry
cross.
will ask you.
Sounds
right?
good.
But you would agree with me if
You
there's
don't
a
get to-
3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which...
He's trying to say, no, the 3-minute difference, the clock doesn't go to the GPS, but he has to wait till Lally asks him the question. And the defense team, I think, has done a good job knowing that Lally's redirects aren't always clear. If they can leave the impression during cross, Lally doesn't always clean it up, even if there's an explanation for it, like the clock that's 3 minutes off doesn't impact the GPS at all. So we'll see.
Which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m.? That could explain... Let me just have a moment. It's not 2:22.
No, I know what you meant.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to the 3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you've said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m. That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
Why not?
But as you sit here today, you don't
redirect.
know whether Waze was relying on the baseband, display, or monotonic clock, correct?
Again, can't be used for that.
Now, you're aware that Jennifer McCabe signed a consent form on February 2nd of 2022 for her cell phone to be imaged?
Yes.
And a full forensic extraction was performed on that phone sometime shortly after February 2nd of 2022?
I don't remember the exact date. I didn't download her phone.
But in any case, you generated a Celebrite full file system extraction report on May 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that that Celebrite report was the one that was turned over to the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
But you'd agree with me that that extraction report didn't contain anything close to the full file system, despite the name on it, correct?
It did.
Well, that report was filtered to return only Jen McCabe's communications with Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe, and Kaylee Furbish, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
You didn't seek to obtain any of Jennifer McCabe's communications with her sister, Nicole Albert, did you?
He said he did a full download.
No, I didn't go through, like I said, didn't go through Jen McCabe's info.
And you didn't seek to obtain any of her communications with her daughter, Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Objection. May we approach?
Sure.
He said he didn't go through the data. And if he didn't go through the data, then he's not the right witness. All right. I'm going to zoom as they approach, as we are rounding towards the lunch hour and not done with this witness yet.
Agree with me that the full forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's phone was not shared with the defense until it was requested by us in October of 2022, sir?
That is not true.
When you wrote your report on April 24th of 2023, in response to an affidavit provided by Rick Green, the defense forensic computer expert.
Amy Van Dyken, good to see you in the chat,
It was in
friend.
that report that you finally disclosed
is that
for the
witness.
first time the existence of
Hope you're
3
feeling better.
Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, so ask that differently.
Prior to April 24th of 2023, you had not reported in any formal manner with anything that was shared with the defense about the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I never looked at Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And so was there anybody else from your unit or anybody else that you worked on that provided that material to us?
Not that I know of.
All right. Page 2, if I may just have a moment.
While United's taking a moment, I do have to say that for anyone asking in the chat, including Tate Nelson Tate, it is the real Amy Van Dyken in the chat. We are homies. She's here. Lots. So chat with Olympian Amy Van Dyken before she leaves to go, call swimming at the Olympics in France. So we just had to clear that up while we had a break.
But I have it on a...
So don't approach the witness with that? Okay,
No.
Show it to Mr. Lally first.
Bold. Sir, here's my laptop.
Before you, without destroying that, you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that. Do you understand, or can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep. This is you could put in a PDF. This isn't one I gave to you. This is a PDF version of the UFED reader report that I gave. So I gave the portable Celebrite version to you. This is a copy of it, and I will not testify that anything in this is correct, because this could have been filtered.
But your name is on there, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what's the date?
May 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you guys aren't following Amy's spinal cord stimulator journey along over on Instagram and on YouTube, that's what we are referring to.
You'd agree with me with regard to that April 24th of 2023 report. On page 2, you state, quote, in my initial Celebrate UFED reader report, and then you put version 7.53.0.29.
Okay.
That was created on May 4th of 2022. The search history for Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari, correct?
That's where we're getting to.
Yes.
And you list out how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 and Hoslong to die in cold at 6:24:37, correct?
That is correct.
And by the way, with regard to the timing of those 2 particular...
This witness did shut down questions that were not, that were outside of the realm. He's like, nope, that's not what that is. And that's the thing with cross-examining tech experts. Often they know more and they interpret things differently than attorneys. So it's just like no, we're not doing this. So
particular searches, you are aware, are you not, that Jennifer McCabe placed a call to Brian Albert at 6:23 and 0 seconds?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't.
Rotten Ralph says, my husband Colin Ledifolt, I hope I pronounced that right, was a swimmer at Littleton High School when you were there. He wanted me to say hi and wish you luck. I love our chat.
Yes.
Our chat is just like, we have all the things to chat about.
Thanks.
And then tell the jury if you recognize what it depicts.
I have a call log that says 20888 with no name at 6:23. That's incomplete because there should be 3 other records accounting for this call.
Okay, but that record itself reflects a call from Jennifer McCabe's phone at 6:23 and 0 seconds.
I don't know. There's no number on here, so I can't tell. It just says it's a call log with 1 call that's not answered at 6:23 in the morning with doesn't say who it's from or who it's going to.
Okay.
It also is incomplete because there should be 2 other records with this. This is from the call history stored data wall marked as deleted.
It's marked as deleted. Does it give a duration?
Should be 2 other records with that.
It just says duration 0 seconds.
Danger,
okay. And does it reflect that it was unanswered?
There should be 2 other records with that.
It does.
Okay. May I have that marked for identification, please?
Isn't it part of the greater exhibit?
Thank you.
Did you investigate whether a call was placed from Jennifer McCabe to Brian Albert at 6:23 in the morning and 0 seconds?
I didn't look at any specific calls that morning. I created a Cellbrite report. That's about it.
Did you ask either Ian Whiffen or Jessica Hyde to look into that issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that
I
that
think
call
the
and
answer
the
is
record of that
no.
deletion of that call is nowhere in your April 24th report, correct?
I believe it's in my May 9th report.
All right, but I asked you about your April 24th report, sir?
I didn't address anything regarding phone calls in my April 24th report.
All right, now
So
going
no,
back
it's
to
not
when
there,
you
but there's a reason it's not
began your
there.
examination around May 4th of 2022, you were looking for information on, did you look on Jennifer McCabe's phone back in May 4th of 2022?
Did I physically open the phone or did it
Did you review the data at all?
I'm confused, on the cell phone itself or from the report?
Either way.
No, her phone was returned to her and then we had the extraction. I did not utilize the extraction at all.
You never included the 2 searches that we discussed, how long TI die in CIKD and how long to die in cold, in the full file system extraction that was turned over to the defense, did you?
They were included.
Well, page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to state that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite, and
Sorry, that
dropped out.
Yeah, it was the phone call, the power log.
He's like, something fell off the witness stand.
Page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report says that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which was version 7.61.0.12, you found an artifact from the browser state DB wall file for a Google search of Hoslong.
I am never going to get the browser state DB wall file out of my head after how many times we have heard it this trial.
Dying
Ever.
cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds, correct?
Yes.
My mind has started to wander, which is why we're now talking about the Olympics. Oh, he just dropped one of the papers.
Yes.
And what is that?
Yes, did you recognize that?
It's the searches that were done at 6:23 regarding the misspelled how long to die in the cold.
Okay, and it's actually Hoslong to die in cold,
Yes.
right? HOS?
He said misspelled.
That was,
That was marked by
He said
Celebrite
misspelled how
as
long to die in the
deleted,
cold. We all
was it
know what we're
not?
talking about
yes.
at this
All right.
point.
And your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to mention 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone, correct?
I'd have to see it, but I believe so.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And they went over all of this with Jen McCabe.
Thank you.
on her cross-examination.
Showing you what's been marked Y for identification. If you'd familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
Tell me why.
Okay.
Where we're at.
Does that show the 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone?
I don't know who it's coming from, but it does say it's going to Coco, and then, again, coming from wall files, correct.
All right. And your report doesn't mention it, but what was the duration of those 2 calls according to that log?
On this sheet here, it says 9 seconds for the first one and then 7 seconds for the other.
That's fast.
And those calls, both of them, which actually had durations, were marked answered by Celebrate, correct?
Yes.
May I offer that, Your Honor?
Do you need both?
Objection?
I believe it's already in, but
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already.
Right. It's already in part of the greater exhibit. It's a page.
No, I understand. I believe Ms. McCabe's phone calls and all of that is already marked as an exhibit months ago.
Months ago is right, Lally. We agree. Look, y'all, let's take a moment to appreciate we're all on the same page. He's like, Your Honor, this was all marked as an exhibit months ago. Yeah, exactly. Us too.
If there's any harm in marking this, and I want to display
The defense isn't the one that's keeping us here forever, though, Lally. That is not lost on us.
All right, I'll let you display it if it's already in evidence. I just don't want duplicate.
I understand.
So
just tell the jury the page number so they know if they want to go look.
At some point you find where this is and we will mark this like A to whatever whatever the number is.
Yeah, Your Honor, that is logical. Thank you.
And Trooper, with regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Brandy, I might need to too. I didn't sleep enough. Now I'm cranky.
First entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say.
Chad, at least I booked my flight for the right city this time. So, I mean, there's that. Yay.
You said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, just says right here.
Yep.
2. I'm guessing that's the last 4 of the number, since the rest is blurred, and then.
And he doesn't know who the number belongs to. That's fair.
And you know that 0204 last 4 digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these 2 calls were somebody who was named Coco in the phone.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Okay. And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds?
Yes.
Listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no. And I can explain if you'd like.
No.
Listed as deleted, is it not?
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
With regard to the second call.
Explanations are for redirect, and the defense has done a very good job of narrowing down witnesses to not being allowed to explain because that is for redirect. Cross is for yes or no answers. And Lally is not always super effective at redirect. So the defense is leaning into the fact that, no, we're not letting you explain. And Lally might not make it clear. So we're leaning in, which is their job. So no, you don't get to explain right now.
That appears to be to the same number, or at least the same last 4 digits.
Yes.
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco.
This contradicts Jen McCabe's testimony.
Yes.
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds?
Yes.
Also listed as answered?
Yes.
And also marked deleted, correct?
Yes, and there's a reason.
And,
we've heard.
Are you aware that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning, which were in fact marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
And he doesn't know if they're marked deleted. So
And
they're
again,
trying to
Your Honor,
use
if
the
I may-
laptop to refresh his recollection
Something that's on a computer screen?
because it was easier to find it. This is, again, the computer's not coming in as evidence. This is used to refresh his recollection because it's easier for them to pull up off the hard drive than in paper.
Okay. I've placed before you what appears to be a PDF document on a computer screen. If you familiarize yourself with it and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What does that appear to be, sir?
Your
An
computer.
incomplete PDF of the call logs from whoever's.
The shade, an incomplete. Sorry, I don't know what I just did. An incomplete call log.
Call log this is.
That's funny.
And do you see in that PDF that there were a number of calls that were marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file. This is completely, it's incomplete. So
Right.
I do see what you're talking about in that
But it's not
column,
complete.
but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top,
He's like,
it
can I
would
just
show my name no
scroll
matter
around?
what because I created the UFED and the extraction. I did not create this PDF.
So the answer to my question is your name is on that document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
Right. And with regard to the calls that were marked unanswered, would you
So
agree with
who
me
did?
that Celebrate had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question? If you can, please answer it.
He's
With
like,
the data given here, I
No.
can't because, like I said, I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in
This is
law
a mess.
enforcement created that document, or nobody, no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to the
and then somebody else can make reports from it. But he's like, I didn't make this PDF from this data. I don't know who selected this. I don't know how they selected it. I don't know how they cherry picked it. I get him being really protective of this because he's like, I need all the information to give you an answer, and I'm not going to give you an answer on partial information. Now the question is, so who the fuck did it?
defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No.
How do you know? How do you know? If you don't know,
As I said, I was the only one that created any Celebrate-related reports in this case.
Well,
Was it the defense
I'd like to ask you
expert?
some questions about my client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
Oh, are we going to get the rest of
Those
them?
messages were taken from John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
I don't know. I believe their text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous
Right.
in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages, did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022, did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022,
Yes.
all right? You later became aware that Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
That's what he said. And
The
there's
actual
text
device
messages.
itself? Or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
No.
I have.
Proctor said the phone, and I lost my mind. I think most of you will remember. I lost my mind when Proctor said he was going through the phone because no one clarified if he was going through the extraction from the phone or the physical phone. And it seemed that he was going through the physical phone, not the forensic extraction. And I went, so let's see if this gets clarified with this witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Reed's phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We didn't.
Say John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, that's why I was
I
confused. Sorry.
apologize. I'm not trying to confuse
Yeah.
you.
We're all
with regard
confused.
To, my client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
Were you made aware that on January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or celebrate a report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay. And would you please tell the jurors how many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone?
And the reason there's a redacted version, the redacted version doesn't have anything to do with the federal investigation. I just want to make sure it's clear. The redacted version doesn't have anything to do with the federal investigation. The reason there was a redacted version from the AG's office is because as they were looking through the report, it became readily clear that there were text messages between Karen Reed and Yannetti on January 29th. And they very much wanted, Proctor very much wanted to get in the text message that Karen Reed was texting her attorney on January 29th. Proctor, you dropped the see you next Tuesday word in your text messages. Let's not start on the defendant texting a lawyer, but I digress. So they immediately had to send it out, and all that had to be redacted and sanitized so that there were no attorney-client privileged communications being turned over to law enforcement or the attorneys and being reviewed by them. So that's why. Let's continue.
From January 29th of 2022?
None.
And if you'd please tell the jurors.
Right. Karen Reed wasn't deleting
other than
calls.
To John O'Keefe, to whom did Ms. Reed place phone calls between 12 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches did she do?
Danger. You want to ask? You really want to ask this question? Yannetti, he's like buffering. I don't know if he wants to ask this. Here's the point, as Yannetti's getting to the end of cross. How many deleted calls, but dials, happened on Karen Reed's phone? Right.
On January 29th.
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches?
She's not calling everyone in Canton.
Did she do from 12 a.m. until 5 a.m.?
I don't believe there were any.
Okay. And
he narrowed that
how
down.
Many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th of 2022?
I can't speak to that because we got a redacted.
The state's going to try. The state's going to try. The state is going to try. They're going to try. The state's going to try.
Version of the report. So I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove. So I only have what I was given.
But leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you, how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon. But again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date and time stamped, and there were some that were with corresponding time.
And now we've opened right into how many deleted Google searches, and he's saying a few because they're coming from artifacts. And it seems like the same artifacts or the same type of artifacts that are at issue with Jen McCabe. This is going to be a mess.
Timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
All right. If I may have a moment?
Yes.
I think we're going to hear about that. Yeah, I think we're going to hear about that Google search. Is Lally going to say, Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, thank you.
We'll see what happens. Remember, the court told Lally before he got into Karen Reed's Google search, if he was going to ask, because she ordered it out unless the door was open, that he needs to approach. We'll see. But what we learned is that
Guarino,
there are deleted Google searches from Karen Reed's phone.
Certifications that you received in prior trainings, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the areas that you received certifications in?
Cell phone report creation, extraction, cell phone repair, the Berlin Motor Vehicle Forensics, advanced database. The class is called CASA, but it's a Cellbrite made class that goes deeper into the database searching. SQLite programming to write code to do your own searches, things of that nature.
So Lally goes all the way back to the beginning to redirect.
Did Proctor ever tell you that he retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone directly from 34 Fairview Road?
No, he didn't.
Is it your understanding, or subsequently did you learn that Kerry Roberts actually recovered the phone from under Mr. O'Keefe's body, from the grass under his body at 34 Fairview Road?
Bleeding as fuck.
I don't know who recovered the phone that morning, but I know.
I'll allow it.
I am so stressed out.
I don't know.
Your answer is you don't know who recovered it?
No, I just know that it was found underneath his body and then taken to Canton PD.
Now, with regard to that, as far as the location data post 6:15 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor. Was that either in airplane mode or Faraday back?
I don't remember offhand.
AC, I think so.
But there were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11-something a.m. until you retrieved it, or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there's only the handful that showed it at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night, and then
Summer Violins in the chat, and some of you who are just kind of funneling into this case as we're getting closer to the defense's case in chief, which tends to happen with cases particularly this long, said, wait, what? The phone was found underneath his body. How did that happen? The phone was found underneath his body. There's a lot of ways that could happen. The thing with everything about where John O'Keefe was found is all the testimony has been like, it's possible this, it's possible that, it's possible this. So could it have come out of his pocket or fallen out of his hand? Unknown, but there's the evidence, all of it said, was underneath his phone. And that's right, per Trooper Paul, it just did. So we don't know how his phone ended up underneath his body, but you're right, Chad, I missed opportunity. It just did. So how do we know? I don't know. But Kerry Roberts and the paramedics confirmed that it was there, and Kerry Roberts picked it up and gave it to one of the paramedics on scene. So let's continue.
And if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Now, the other troopers in your unit, in the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No, he's like, I'm the best.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellbrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So.
Now, as far as what you provide
100%.
One of the investigators.
How many of you are the tech person in your office that when something goes wrong, even though you're not actually the IT person, you're just the one who knows the most, somebody comes into your office and is like, can you fix this shit for me? I 100% believe that everybody's just like, can you just do this for me? 100%. And I'm talking for those of you that are IT professionals and it's your job, I get it. But for all of you that aren't IT professionals that know the most about tech, everyone comes to you. Actually, it can be very advantageous career-wise. I had a lot of access to cases and to work on cases because I understood tech more than others around me. And it was fun, except I did spend an entire summer in Congress fixing basically Xerox machines. So I was like, I thought I was going to learn about how the legislator worked. No, We can't fix our Xerox machines and IT can't get here for 2 more weeks. Great. I guess that's what I do now.
Troopers such as Trooper Proctor. Can you explain to the jury sort of that process?
I believe that 100%.
What, if any, differences there are between what you're looking at as far as the device when you're extracting the information and what you provide to the trooper?
So when I plug into Graykey or Cellbrite or whatever tool I'm using to extract the data, it creates that zip file, and then I open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom. The guys are only trained in Cellbrite, so that's what I open the extractions initially in for them. If there's something that we find that they don't understand and that I want to look more into, I'll load into Axiom as well.
Right.
But that's normally how it would go.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Well, in essence, you could, but you'd have to go in. So once I create like that UFED reader, which is the portable case, you would have to go into the folders and then delete stuff, which would change all of the data. And then when I would load it up later, it probably wouldn't work right. But that's why we save the encrypted extraction onto the server. So if anything ever messes up, we can go back and reload it, and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
And so from your review of the data in the phones in this case, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what?
He's bringing it up because the defense is going to argue it. And for those of you asking, when is Emily traveling? I changed my travel plan, so I'm traveling tonight. I will be mobile. So I was streaming on my mobile setup tomorrow from my hotel because concerts start at night and tomorrow's a half day in court. So do not worry. I'm not going to abandon you guys. We're too deep in this. We're just in it together now. Like we're just in it together. So yeah, let's just get to the lunch break, shall we? I need to go put the rest of my stuff in a suitcase.
Did you observe?
From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones for John O'Keefe's until the 31st. And then again, for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it.
Make sure someone knows your passcodes.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Green's
just in
affidavit.
case.
Following your review of Mr. Green's affidavit, what, if any, steps did you take in relation to what was indicated in there?
So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the cases the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says, this happened. I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
And in addition to yourself going through some of the data, who, if anyone, did you contact to assist or to also, in addition, go through the data specifically as it related to the searches for Mr. Case?
So initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom.
I see your
he's like their forensic specialist.
So he
was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
So I have one person who knows how to get into my phone.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from. The browser state.
So I'll strike that last part, what he told you.
Okay. Reviewing the data, we saw that it came from the browser state DB file and .wall file, I should say, at the end. So it set off a lot of red flags. And then from there, we contacted Cellbrite. And ultimately,
the Google searches set off red flags.
And ultimately, Mr. Whiffen as well. Is that correct?
Yes, he came in after Cellbrite. I had reached out to them, and they escalated it up, and he reached out to us to help us.
Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean?
As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. Doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy, and I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond.
I have one of those too.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health
specific
data.
Instructions about my Kindle.
Beyond just the health.
Well, we have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff.
Now, from that same information as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you that's now been
I wanted to hear this explanation. I'm very curious.
You indicated that those were not accurate, is that correct?
That's
well,
not
the
what
file
he
that's
said.
coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file. That's the database it pulled from. So that it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level. From being under his body, it was actually saved it from dying overnight. Then it also shows the timestamps of when it gets plugged in.
That's really helpful information in a investigation where it seems that the longer we go through testimony, the question everything seems to be kind of the feeling I have. It's interesting that this didn't even come up in direct examination, but that him having the phone underneath his body kept the battery warm enough, or kept the phone warm enough, that it didn't absolutely drain the battery, which would have probably been the better way to say that. But it kept the battery from draining all the way because it was on the ground under him, which, again, in a case where question everything is kind of where I'm at, I think that's helpful information. And it's odd that Lally just doesn't see it as necessary. It feels to me like Lally's kind of blinded with how much time he spent in this case, and he doesn't see that he needs to explain these things and show the little things that are kind of unassailable to kind of preserve the evidence. I don't think that's the right word, but the little things that are unassailable that corroborate other testimony.
And as it goes up, that has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze has started.
He doesn't have snow under him. It was on the ground.
Address is put in. That is strictly for the power log. There's nothing to do with anything else.
And so, just sort of to that point, what, if any, connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Yannetti showed you? What, if any, relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or the GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
So it's from the battery log.
You were asked some questions about Ms. McCabe signing a consent for extraction on February 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kerry Roberts, she did the same on the same date. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, the entirety of those extractions from both Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phones, those were both provided well in advance of the dates the council was indicating.
I think Yannetti, I don't think this was a well-planned question from Yannetti asking about Karen's deleted Google searches. The questioning of Yannetti was to show Karen's not deleting calls. Jen McCabe and everybody else has all these fucking butt dials and deleted calls. Karen's not deleting Google searches. Jen McCabe has all these deleted Google searches. And the answer was, well, actually, that's not accurate. And I don't know how we ended up with Yannetti not realizing that would be the answer. So
correct.
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the Celebrite extraction, in regard to Mr. Green's affidavit, Celebrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could you speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this
Didn't
case,
we ask the Celebrite guy?
Searches.
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrite that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61, so that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
Sorry, sir, continue.
So again, he did the extraction, he looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out, and then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time?
I don't know if scramble is denoting confidence for me.
When that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
So, sir, with regard to those
the software,
Google searches,
the Celebrite software wasn't pulling, it seemed like, all those head file datas and stuff for different iOS versions.
what, if any, opinion you do have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again,
that's
if
not
she
another
reopened
search.
that browser window,
And
it's going to
it
reload the
loaded,
search.
yeah.
And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
And that's what the
Why
other
is it that you, it's your opinion
experts
that they
said.
occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Do we have to do this
Well,
again?
it's physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as the defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Now, as far as
I need to hear that answer again. I know the jury doesn't get to do this. I'm glad we do.
why is it that you, it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as the defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
That's when we believe.
Now, as far as all files are write-ahead log, having things listed.
If I was the defense, I wouldn't ask about this at all, and I would just argue it. I was told that's when the defendant asked her to search it, and we believe that's when it was searched.
Listed as deleted. If you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in a wall file, and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. It auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the write-ahead log or the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that you were showing in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was limited thing. I know there's should be 2 other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the 2 deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database where that phone call was there. So I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
And that's in reference to the write-ahead log, sort of first
Leading.
in, first out as far as data
That's
that comes
leading.
in. Is that correct?
That's
correct.
so leading.
Now, again, as far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any Cellbrite reports in relation to any of the phones. In this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone,
Like, can we talk
that
more about
was,
the victim's
created by
phone?
the Attorney General's office following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
Objection.
So objection is sustained as to the form. This seems a good place to stop.
And lunch.
So jurors, we'll take the luncheon break. There is a chance that we may be able to go a full day tomorrow.
No!
So just think about that at lunch.
You told them they had a half day.
Emergency that would prevent you from being able to go.
I have an emergency.
Sure, it's closing. You don't look sleeping on the chairs. All right, well, all right.
Yeah, so Mac apps. Crispins.
This judge is just.
You are muted.
Chad, it's going to be fine. Even if we do a full day tomorrow, I will do a full day with you tomorrow. We will make it work. It will be fine. It will be fine. It'll be fine. We can still do it because, again, doors don't open until like 5:30. So it'll just be me stopping abruptly at the end of the day, but we can still do it. I'm too invested because you know what's going to fucking happen? I'm going to tell you what's going to fucking happen. If they do a full day tomorrow, it's going to be the coroner, isn't it? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. The testimony that I want to hear, that's what's going to happen. So no, I'll be there. I might be there with a White Claw, but I'll be there. I'm not going to leave you. I have traveled during a number of trials, normally for Dave Matthews, that we have done, and we've made it work. But I changed my flights, so I will not be on a plane during court. I will still be fine. It will still be fine. But of course it's going to be the coroner. So no, don't worry, y'all. I will still be here. I was just ready for like a half day of like, it's just going to change when I record quick bits, but it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Look, I'm here. We're here. My Dave friends are the chillest humans on earth, and they get it. And so they also want to know what's happening in this trial. So, you know, we'll be there. We'll just see what happens. But of course it's going to be the Emmy because I don't think they're going to get to it tomorrow. So today was a half day. No, today's always been a full day. Tomorrow is a half day. Let's do a quick summary. If my brain doesn't buffer in real time, we'll see. So at the lunch break of day 27, we are still talking to the Commonwealth's cell phone expert from Massachusetts State Police. We have finished with cross-examination. We are in the middle of redirect. And Yannetti, in a surprise move in cross-examination, started asking about Karen Reed's Google searches. Here's why that was so surprising, because right when we came back from the extended break at the morning, we heard brief argument on a Google search that the Commonwealth wanted to put into evidence. And they stated that Karen Reed made a Google search at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th. And that Google search was for, quote, DUI attorney, end quote. If there is attorneys on that, I might be wrong. This is from memory after a interesting long morning. But what David Yannetti brought up when he argued this is that at 1:19 p.m., Trooper Proctor called Karen Reed. So it seems that Trooper Proctor called Karen Reed, and then Karen Reed started Googling DUI attorneys. What impression does that leave you with of what Karen Reed thought she might be in trouble for is up to you and this jury to decide. But the defense successfully kept that out during the prosecution's case in chief, unless they opened a door for it, because you cannot argue that someone retaining an attorney is consciousness of guilt. You have a right to counsel. It is a constitutional right. You have a right to remain silent. That can't be argued either. If an attorney, if a prosecutor, because a defense attorney would never, but if a prosecutor insinuates, well, we never even heard from the defendant, it's not only improper, but it's a mistrial. And if the court doesn't mistrial, it's a reversible error. But you cannot comment on those fundamental rights because retaining an attorney doesn't indicate guilt. Remaining silent doesn't indicate guilt. It can't be considered in a court of law. In the court of public opinion, people see those things differently, but the jury can't. So the state can't argue it that way. But then Yannetti asked, as he was going through, Jen McCabe's deleted calls, did Karen Reed have any deleted calls? No. Jen McCabe's Google searches deleted. Did Karen Reed have any deleted Google searches? And he was like, well, actually, Yes, but I didn't put a lot of credence into them with the issue we had with the other Google searches just not writing. The witness didn't say they were user deleted, but that the DB wall file looked the same or similar, and that he couldn't be sure because things had been redacted by the Attorney General, because it was clear that there were attorney-client communications on Karen Read's phone. So any potential communications, and I think that would extend to searches relating to counsel, would have been redacted out by the AG. So he didn't put a lot of credibility into that. They weren't trying to say, oh, Karen Read's deleting messages, obviously it means this. But Yannetti was trying to point the difference between all the shady behavior others have engaged in, the butt dial fuckery of it all, and saying, but Karen Read wasn't doing that. She was calling John O'Keefe 53 times, because they're going to argue the behaviors in closing, of course. But will Lally try to get into that at the very end of his redirect? I don't know. But I also don't know if it helps. Does that statement help the prosecution? Does Googling a DUI attorney help the prosecution? We've seen some Google searches, right? Corey Richins, we're looking at you. Corey Richins Googling luxury prisons for rich people is a whole different vibe than Googling DUI attorneys. So it's a different situation. We'll see if Lally gets into it. I'm going to answer a few questions, and Lally might not have even caught it. Lally might not even go there, because I don't know, honestly, if it helps them. But there's a lot of stuff the prosecution's put in this case that I don't think helps them. This morning when I was on Mix 105 with the Carson and Kennedy show, one of the questions that was asked was, why did the prosecution put in this audio of Karen Read saying, I have a cracked taillight and, John O'Keefe is pummeled. He was beaten up by the Alberts. We're all in on the same joke here. They put in that audio. It hasn't come back up. Will it come up in closing? I think it might. For all of you that asked, do you think Karen Read needs to testify? I think they need to play that audio again in closing, because I think her testifying opens her up to potential problems that don't exist at the moment. Right now, the problems are all focused on the investigation. If Karen Read testifies, the jury's attention is all going to be on her face, her demeanors, and it opens her up for them to be like, I don't believe her at all. Right now, the I don't believe them at all is all pointed at the Commonwealth's witnesses, and I don't think they want to shift the tide on that. I'm going to answer just a few questions, and then I'm going to take a brief lunch break because, well, I have to throw some stuff into a bag because today is a travel day and being late for the airport is like my ADHD terror. So let's get to a few questions. Thank you to everyone who sent your member chats and your super chats. Yes, Ann Bell has pointed out that when I travel, for the new Lawnards in the chat who are the legally curious among us, when I travel, shit tends to pop off. I had an entire flight ruined by James Spears. I felt personally attacked, but it was because he was leaking filings to the media. And as I'm on the plane trying to connect to my Delta Wi-Fi, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I had been ready to just relax, but at least court will be done by the time I get on an airplane today. I just need to travel, at night, apparently. Loch Nessie said, with the focus from the Commonwealth on Jen McCabe, her phone, her search is clearing her name. I almost forgot she isn't on trial. It's real frustrating to watch, isn't it? JD217, Commonwealth, their quote unquote experts say celebrate is hardcore fact when it's Karen Read, but it's not accurate when it comes to Jen McCabe. Also, Commonwealth says Karen Read hit John O'Keefe at 12:45, but Karen Read was at John O'Keefe's home at 12:36. Yeah, why would they say 12:45? When John O'Keefe's phone doesn't make sense with that, and Karen Read's phone doesn't make sense with that. Why is that the time? They have all these reports. So, Lena said, didn't she state John O'Keefe died at 12:45? I don't think he stated that's when he died. I think they stated that's when he was hit, but we're going to see. We don't have a time of death yet because we haven't had the ME yet. And I saw some of you saying, I really want a full day tomorrow. It's okay. No worries. No worries about wanting a full day tomorrow. I'll be fine. Suzanne asked, is EDB going to a Dave Matthews concert? Yes. I'll be less grumpy after I have some Dave. I have not seen Dave on the summer tour yet. I have not seen Dave since, when was it? When was I in Vegas? During the Karen Read trial. When was that? Not the Karen Reed trial, the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. That's the last time I saw Dave, when I was in Vegas. I need, music realigns my soul, and live music the louder the better, realigns my soul. And then I will be in Los Angeles for VidCon, and I will be streaming to you from Los Angeles at 6 a.m. So for all of you watching this trial on the West Coast, I am going to feel your pain, and it's going to be evidenced. You're going to see it. We'll see. Kiki said you could have one artifact and 5 others that disclaim it. Lolly's whole case. Yes. And I think the Commonwealth has not done a great job in talking about the different files, where things come from. Maybe they'll tie it together in closing. Who knows? There was stuff that Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey tied together in closing in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial, where I was like, oh, interesting. Okay. So we will see. I'm not hugely optimistic, but we will see, because the Google search timestamp artifacts came from a completely, different file than the other timestamps on other stuff. And the Commonwealth, to their credit, did not try to pin any deleted Google searches and point those at Karen Reed like she's doing something on her phone. They left it completely alone. So we will see. Life Per Mary said, as an RDH in Massachusetts, I have to say, I love your beautiful smile and impeccable alignment. Thank you. I don't know if Dr. B had anything to do with it. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, Dr. B did. I have been through 2 rounds of Invisalign, and Dr. B was deeply involved in that. But also some of that is just my parents. They were minor alignments. So yay, genetics. I mean, I got the neurospiciest brain ever, but the teeth worked out okay. Casey Cat said, after watching this shit show, can we take a moment to recognize a true American hero, Amy Van Dyken Rowan? She's a Lawner too. Amy's amazing. I shared in Instagram stories a million years ago, me wearing all of her medals. They were incredibly heavy, but yes, Amy is a true American hero, and someone who I cheered on the Olympics. And then we will tell the story. Remind me to tell the story on a members only live stream about the day that I died when Amy tagged me on Instagram before we got to know each other, because Amy is a hardcore law nerd, and I love it because I'm like, girl, I was cheering you on in the Olympics back in 1996. Very sad to see cases such as this one where investigators approached it with a preconceived notion of events. It is. I feel awful for the victim and the family. However, this radiates reasonable doubt. I feel awful for the victim and the family, and I feel bad for the defendant. If you're going to convict somebody, it should be on solid, reliable evidence. Nothing else. Solid, reliable evidence. Sometimes that's circumstantial. Sometimes it's not, but solid, reliable evidence. And when you don't have that, it shouldn't be a conviction, even if the person did the thing. You can't convict people on sort of. That's not how that works. And law enforcement knows that. And the DAs know that. And when the DAs got all of this information back in the case, they could have gone to their law enforcement officers and be like, I know y'all think she did it. And if the DA feels this way, the DA can say, I think she did it too, but we can't prosecute this because a jury's not, we just can't prove it. That's not what they chose to do here. So here we are. Leonard Soph said, I got my formal ADHD diagnosis today. Love from Great Britain. Congratulations on knowing your brain a bit better. It is a journey, but at least, look, knowing is half the battle. More information is better. The more you know, and all the other things that sound kind of contrite, but the more you know, like answers are always better than not answers, right? It's just frustrating when it's been like, oh, this explains my whole life. Why didn't I know more? Disney Gal said, Sarah Birchmore case, connection to this case, and shady deleted messages from the man on the stand. Interesting. EDB, did you refresh your purple a little bit? Yes, and my hair got a little bit dried and isn't hiding behind my hat today. You need some throat coat tea. I have some. Oh, I need to go pack it. I have some. I just need to bring it with me. I didn't know today was midsummer. This is how out of the loop I am. So happy solstice, y'all. We need EDB travel insurance. No fuckery allowed. I mean, right? Katie said, my BFF Lisa and I are with you. She's in Seattle. I'm in Austin. We have questions, stickers, and sweatshirts on. Katie and BFF Lisa, hello. Good to see you both in the chat. Let's see. I'm going to get through like 2 others, and then we are going to go, well, then we're all going to take a little bit of a break. And then even though The Law Alert alerts have been a little slow depending on phone. Today, we will let you know when I resume and when court resumes, but I will be back when court comes back. She didn't say exactly how long they were going to take, but we'll see. The closed captioning in court occasionally picks up chats in the court, and it says, it's something said, no, I think August. And I'm like, what is happening? Please close captioning. Please no. The Baldwin trial is coming up and we have things to do. Christina said, question, doesn't all of this give her an alibi? Christina, I thought this was a great question, but it does not show that Karen Reed is necessarily somewhere else doing something else at the time they think John O'Keefe died. I don't know exactly what time the prosecution thinks that is because it seems to keep shifting. But if she was home at 12:36 and his phone stopped moving at 12:25 and her phone, we don't know if her phone was traveling or when her car was traveling because we don't have timing of it. If we knew that she was driving away, would it help? Would it not help? But it doesn't tell you what happened. It tells you, and all the experts from the state so far have said, except the tech experts have been more definitive than others, but the accident experts, like, it was possible this happened. Okay, well then it's possible something else happened too. So we don't have a ton of solid, this is what happened in this case. We have, it's possible things happened and stuff. So that is frustrating. So I'm going to grab one more. Jessica, thank you so much. Very first super chat, been here since before Depp heard. Happy to be here. Glad you're here. And for everyone new, thank you for joining in with the Law Nerds, where we talk about the law and we go through the case. And often I just get put off by how the attorneys are doing their jobs, or delighted, depending on what happens. I'm open for delight. I would prefer more delight. I want every single case I go into it wanting to watch excellent lawyering. And when I see it, I will point it out. I want to see a case with really well-matched experts. How would you guys like to see Ben Chu and Alan Jackson in court against one another? Wouldn't that be interesting? The snark level would be off the charts. I want to see good matchups, right? Just like in sports, you want to see a well-balanced game. And that's really what I want to see. I want to see the facts as they come in and evidence, and I want to see great lawyering. I am always rooting for lawyers to be excellent, and I want to see it in court, because when lawyers are excellent, it really is incredible to watch. When they are not excellent, it can be incredibly painful to watch. So look, I think we all learn from it, and I think we all learn a bit about our system from it. So with all of that, I'm going to take a quick break because, as I said, I have to finish throwing things in a suitcase so I can leave when court is over for the afternoon. I'm probably not going to be pausing as much this afternoon, so I can leave right on time when court is done. So I will be back with you shortly. I'm going to leave you with our vibes from Streamyard. And when court comes back, I'll come back. I'll let you know in the app. And y'all, it's time for Law Nerd. Where's our Law Nerd vibes from Streamyard? Hold on. We are going with daydreaming today. These are our Law Nerd vibes. And I'm going to remind you to download the app. We will keep you in the loop there. I will see you back in, probably about 10 minutes. I don't think we have much longer before court comes back. So I will see you back in probably about 10 minutes. And that is my plan. And we will let you know in the app. And hang out here and chat. Don't forget to hydrate. Law Nerds, I'll see you. Hello, chat. I was just getting my in-ears in. Court is resuming. No spoilers, because we are a few minutes behind, so I can zoom, and because it's a busy day over here. So we're going to go back to court. We're going to zoom as best we can, and we will just go. So we're going to send out an app notification for everybody who wandered off to lunch and finish up this witness and see what happens next. So chat, let's go back to court, shall we? I'm ready. You're ready. We're ready. I hope you had a good lunch. Let me know. What did you grab to eat, drink, all the things. I'm trying to stay hydrated. So I'm trying to stay hydrated. Let's see if Lally wraps up this redirect relatively quickly. Let's turn on my fan because now I'm sweating from running around because it is that time of year. All right. We're going to zoom as the jury comes in. All right. Court is now in session. Welcome back, everybody. Court is in session.
All right, so jurors,
we are in
when
session.
we were doing scheduling, and I know scheduling has changed a lot in this case.
Uh-huh.
My main goal is to get this case to you folks by next week, when we all want the case to you by next week. So originally on the 21st, we were either going to do a whole day, and then we couldn't do a whole day, and there was all of this back and forth, and it was a half a day, and it was because I had something scheduled in this courthouse that was not going to be continued through forces
that got continued.
That we weren't aware of.
Courts.
It is going to be continued tomorrow. So in light of that, I would like us, and we will be doing a whole day. I understand that for one of you, that you planned on an earlier start to the weekend or a vacation day.
Of course they
in
planned.
the afternoon on. But really, all I'm asking of you is to go from, instead of a 1 o'clock stop, to a 4 o'clock stop. And where I guess 14 of you are able to do that, we're going to do that. So tomorrow will be a full day. Okay, I don't know who I'm inconveniencing, but I apologize for that.
It's
because when I said emergency, an early start for the weekend was not an emergency.
It's just really frustrating.
All right.
If you're a
Call the
juror
witness back,
and
please.
you've fucking been in this court for 8 weeks and you say, we're doing a half day, and then people plan their life around a half day. I don't care about me. Plan their life around a half day. The jurors who have been there for 9 weeks with jury selection. And you say you've got a half day, and then you're like, no half day for you. It's just inconsiderate. But if a few jurors had said, hey, we can't do it, then that's fine. That juror might be like, fine, I'm out then. And you might be down another juror. So we'll see. It's just, how can anyone plan reliably when the court says it's fine? And then it's just, so as this witness comes back to the stand, we're going to zoom.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So with reference to this
Let's
case,
finish up redirect.
Who, if anyone besides you, created any Cellbrite reports or extractions from any of the phones involved in this case?
He said no one.
Other than the AG's office, it was just myself.
And now you had mentioned that there was some deleted material from the defendant's phone from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that was deleted?
There was some search items that were not there in the phone, but found cookies related to said searches and websites visited.
So as far as search terms or web history, were those the areas that were deleted?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further on.
Web history was deleted, and Lally didn't go there with the Google search.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we brought you back for that, Trooper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
She could have asked them, how much more do you have for this witness? And she
Your
didn't.
next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Renee Stonebridge to the stand.
Okay.
Please let Dr. Renee Stonebridge be the ME. I think it is the ME, based on those text messages. So I'm going to zoom while this witness comes in to take the
Court and
stand.
the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That is a sleeve.
Thank you.
I think the court is surprised.
Once you sit, I'm going to tell you
that
that
the
you
ME is
have to
in
keep your voice up.
Short sleeves.
Want to keep our air conditioning on. So just if you'd speak loudly into the microphone, that would be great. Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work now?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston
Coroner.
as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about.
All right.
your
Well,
educational
chat.
work
Let's
history, background,
take
background.
let's take a moment. Let's take a moment. We have gotten this far. Where is my applause? I changed things around on my soundboard, and did I lose my applause? I might have, but I'm really excited that we are here with the medical examiner. So, applause, applause, applause.
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a bachelor's of science degree.
Germanic languages and literature sounds cool.
I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
While we're doing background training and experience, before
what does board certified mean?
Before we
board
get
certification
to
means that every medical specialty has their own board.
Before we get to her findings, we're just going to zoom.
So, for example, the American Board of Pathology dictates whether or not you can be board certified based on certain criteria. So you have to meet certain criteria, meaning that
this is the
you have
witness
to
we've been
complete
waiting
a
for.
certain number of surgical specimens, a certain number of autopsies. And then once you meet that criteria, you can take an exam, which, if you pass, leads to your board certification.
Germanic languages.
And
I was like, what is Germanic languages? You can tell I haven't slept. Germanic languages and literature.
Your board certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
I appreciate the correction.
Each of those areas that you just spoke of?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask you some general terms as far as if you could define them for the jury. First of all, what is pathology in a general sense?
Pathology is
Do you
essentially
check
the
body
study
temp
of
by
any sort
armpits?
of disease or abnormal state of the body tissues. So anything that can go wrong in the body and any of the body systems is essentially the study of pathology.
And now, starting with anatomic pathology, what is anatomic pathology more specifically?
Anatomic pathology consists of the study of surgical specimens. So, for example, if someone goes to the hospital to have a tumor removed, that specimen will go to pathology. The pathologist will look at it, cut it, look at specimens under the microscope, order any ancillary tests if necessary, and then make a diagnosis, which is then conveyed to the clinician.
Germanic language.
Anatomic
The
pathology
kryptonite
also
of the
consists
court.
of cytopathology, which is looking at individual cells, and then it also consists of autopsy pathology.
And as far as clinical pathology, what does that mean?
Clinical pathology is anything that is lab related in pathology. So if you have to get blood drawn and then the results come back, that is clinical pathology. If there's any sort of blood work that needs to be done, for example, if you're going to have a surgery and they have to cross match and type you in case of a blood transfusion, that's considered clinical pathology. Also microbiology, so anything infectious. So essentially anything that goes through a lab is clinical pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of autopsies in a medical legal sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something that is legal. Sometimes it may be just a person who has not seen a doctor in many years, dies at home. There's no physician that is willing to sign a death certificate. So we work on those types of cases, plus anything that is non-natural.
Now, neuropathology, what is that?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, spinal cord, eyes, muscles, and nerves.
And if you could, just again in general terms, as far as casework is concerned, related to your work as a director of neuropathology, can you explain to the jury?
Wouldn't it have been more interesting if he asked what she did in this case, how she did it, and then got into her background training and experience? Just
what
saying.
It is that you do with respect to neuropathology?
Yes. So my job primarily entails me to be a consultant for the medical examiners. So the medical examiners have a certain set of criteria that they follow in order to determine whether or not a brain needs to be saved for a neuropathologic analysis.
Oh, there might be two.
upon following that criteria, if the brain is saved, it gets put into formalin, which essentially fixes the brain so it firms it up, so it makes it easier to analyze. So after the brain has been fixed, I usually let them fix about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could be a little more, a little less.
So we're going to have two. This is the neuropathologist who works with the ME's office. So she is just studying the brain, not doing the full autopsy. See, wouldn't it be helpful if we knew that at the beginning? Interesting.
Depending on circumstances, I will then look at the brain, take photographs of it from all sides, and then cut the brain, take photographs,
and
document any sort of abnormalities. And then if I feel the need to take sections to look at under the microscope, then I will take those sections. They will be processed through histology. I will look at the slides. Sometimes you may have to add in additional testing, for example, immunohistochemistry, to see if there's anything in particular that you cannot maybe diagnose solely on looking at the histology. And then once that is done, I will issue a report to the medical examiner, and then they use it in terms of determining their cause and manner of death, if necessary.
Now, as far as that formalin process, as far as the solution is concerned, is there a typical time period that the brain would have to be in that solution prior to you examining it or cutting it or any of those other things?
Usually about 2 weeks, give or take maybe a few days here and there, but I usually try to let them fix at least 10 days minimum.
Cook? I mean, fix.
Again, in general terms, with respect to the types of cases that are referred to you, what types of cases are typically referred to you?
So part of the criteria that we use is that any
cases
case for children or babies under the age of 2 years, those always come to me. Also, if there is any cases that have blunt head trauma that may be suspicious or homicidal in nature, those will typically come to me as well. Some of the other cases may be just a difficult neuropathologic entity that a non-neuropath trained medical examiner may not be able to really
is a specialist
diagnose.
Who worked with the
and then
ME,
sometimes there's cases that are just surprise cases where the medical examiner,
not the ME who made the ultimate findings. This is a specialist who just took a look at the victim's brain.
Examiner opens up the head and they see something interesting or abnormal, and they decide to save that case for me to look at further.
Kearney, I have her sped up as we're doing background training and experience, so it's not her, it's me. I sped her up to 1.25 while we were doing background training and experience.
With respect to...
What were you asked to do in this case?
At some point, did you become involved in analysis or testing of a brain?
What were you asked to do in this case? That's it. That's the question. That's the whole question.
Belonging to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And who was the doctor that was the medical examiner that made that referral in this case?
It was Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello.
And with respect to your analysis here, obviously you looked
who
at
will probably be the next
other
witness.
Sources of information did you review, or did you look at ultimately formulating your opinion in this case?
So at the time when I was able to cut the brain of Mr. O'Keefe, I had information that was relayed to us from our intake department.
I'm going to take this back to normal speed as we're getting into what she did related to this case.
And so when a case gets called into the medical examiner, it gets taken by the intake department, and they're given kind of just a rough summary of the case. I also had the police report, I had the EMS report, I had the medical records from when Mr. O'Keefe was in the hospital. I also had medical records from the primary care physician.
So
I had
history,
autopsy photos, and I also had, I believe just refer to my notes here because I had a lot of notes.
Probably toxicology.
I also had the inventory and tracking sheets, which are notes created by the medical examiner, and the neuropath request itself.
Now, are you familiar with some terms in relation to injuries that you would observe as far as from a neuropathological perspective?
Yes.
As far as injuries being acute.
Stop asking for a dictionary, Lally. Ask her what she did, what she determined, and as she says the big medical words, then ask, can you explain that for the jury? That's it.
Acute, subacute, or remote?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what those are and what those mean?
So it depends on circumstances. Acute generally is something that happened within a very short time frame.
Relevancy to them until they know why.
I refer to something as being acute, I usually refer to that as something that's occurring from the time of an injury to maybe a day or so afterwards. As I said, it's variable dependent on circumstances. Subacute is something that has not happened within the last few minutes, few hours, maybe even a day, and maybe something that is now in the process of healing. And then chronic is usually something that has happened a while ago in the past. You may see some sort of evidence of some type of injury in a chronic state. You may also not see any evidence because it may have completely healed by that point.
We don't need that
so
until
from your
you
analysis
give
in
your
this case,
findings.
How
Thank you.
How did you characterize, in your opinion, from everything that you reviewed, as far as the injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
The injuries I observed were acute injuries.
Chat, here
meaning
we
that-
are. Wait. Chat, we're here. We're here. Everybody, come on back. Put down the crafting that you're working on in your mobile games. We're finally getting to victim's injury. We are on day 27 after lunch. And this is this is not the expert that did the autopsy. This is not the ME that did the autopsy. This doctor only studied the victim's brain. So we are getting to brain injuries. But here we are.
They probably occurred minutes to hours.
These were acute injuries.
If I could turn your attention.
No, finish that thought.
Your findings as far as when you conducted your analysis and your testing in this particular case, what, if anything,
what were your findings?
Did you find as far as injuries?
What were your findings?
So when I look at the brain, what I do is I look at all surfaces from all sides. And one of the things that I look for is anything grossly obvious, meaning anything I can look at the brain and see that there's something there that shouldn't be there. So one of the first things I noticed was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And subarachnoid hemorrhage is something that occurs when you have bleeding within the leptomeninges. The leptomeninges are a very thin membrane that encase the brain and the spinal cord, and there should not be blood freely floating within the leptomeninges. So if you have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, most of the time, the causes are either a ruptured aneurysm, which is something I would see upon cutting the brain, or some type of trauma. So that was the first finding.
Can I stop you there just for a second? Of those taking notes and for our court reporter, could you spell the type of hemorrhage and the membrane?
Yes. Subarachnoid is S-U-B.
Sorry, chat.
And leptomeninges, E-S.
We're not going to spellings of leptomeninges. Google will help.
Now, with
we're
regard
zooming.
to anything related to the aneurysm that you indicated that you would have seen, what, if anything, did you see?
She said it was trauma.
Review or testing or analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
So aneurysms are typically seen in the cerebral vessels that sit around the base of the brain. So there's something called the circle of Willis, which is the main arterial supply. It sits around the base of the brain and it's kind of shaped like...
Can you go with what was present before you get to what was not present?
Like a circle that has vessels that come off that extend to other areas of the brain. So typically if there is an aneurysm that is ruptured, it's going to be located somewhere in one of those vessels. So upon observing those vessels, I did not see any evidence of any aneurysm or any sort of natural disease state that might have led to a rupture in one of these vessels. Also,
no aneurysm.
Sometimes these vessels, since they do go deep into the brain, you may only see the rupture upon cutting the brain. And I did not see any evidence of any rupture of any of these vessels anywhere in the brain.
No aneurysm.
Now, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you observed, where was that located within the brain, and if you could?
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here. You have the temporal lobe right here. And then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between the temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area.
On the left side.
But then there was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well. So on this side.
Now, doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes. So
Just
the
let her explain her
unci are
findings.
the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem, here the unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brainstem turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push and then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell unci?
UNCI.
So sometimes we're going to get into
with
this.
reference to this bi
Chickens to Crochet said left head injury but struck on right arm. Actually not inconsistent because depending on the mechanism of fall, you can get injury on the opposite side as your brain moves. She's going to get into it, I'm sure.
Bilateral unci area. What, if any, herniation?
We'll get there.
So when the unci herniate, it can be subtle. Sometimes if it's herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
It's a lot of areas of injury.
Now, if I could ask you, doctor, just
it's a lot of areas
of term or medical term known as a contusion.
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
Did you find any
Are you also familiar with
contusions?
another term?
No dictionary.
Part of that term.
Findings,
known as a
then
punctate
explain.
contusion.
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny. It almost just like a dot.
And with respect to punctate contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in Mr. O'Keefe's brain, and where was it located?
So there were punctate contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area. And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain. And then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture, hence seeing the contusions because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage, is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times with subarachnoid hemorrhage, because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in, it can spread. So it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal
Can you just go through her findings?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a a faint red color that should not be that color. It was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
If I could turn your attention, Doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before.
Oh God, stop.
As far as your observations of those.
Stop jumping back and forth in time. Just go through her findings.
Was that one or more than one, or what? How many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time. If it had been something like 1 or 2, 3, 4, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
And the number of those, what if any significance did that have in regard to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
Chat, I know you guys are trying to follow along as she goes. What she's testifying to those contusions is that the brain was swelling so much that it was pushing against the skull, and that's what was causing all of those contusions. Those contusions are from the swelling. That's what she's talking about. So that's what those particular contusions are. That is all from swelling. So then the cause of the swelling should be what we're getting to next, but those are from swelling.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience, as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now, with regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
The way Lally asks questions
what that means
makes this difficult to understand. It's not you.
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those oci, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons, pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed. The blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely, therefore hemorrhage.
Now,
for everyone who said medulla oblongata in the chat, yes.
The totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, be able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
We know that.
If I could ask, as far as you have certain findings as far as the intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital horns of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
If you could please explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through.
I mean, ma'am, which
so the cerebrospinal
direction
fluid
did the brain move
serves
in,
as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
But is that...
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings, you mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute, and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
It was something that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
Okay. So some of the injuries to the brain were from swelling. Some of the injuries to the brain were from the trauma that caused the swelling.
No questions. Thank you.
Wow.
Doctor, thank you very much. You are all set.
Thank you.
Please be the ME.
Mindful to step down. Thank you.
I appreciate the defense's restraint because there's not a lot to ask.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello to the stand.
This is the medical examiner. Miguelina, will you let the app know that the
And Your Honor, as she's coming in, may we approach briefly?
Calling the medical examiner and let the app know. So the ME being next is really helpful and will have more information. The ME did not examine the brain. That's what that last witness was for, because that last witness was the pathologist that examined the brain specifically. And the injuries to the brain, again, some injuries caused by trauma, and then that trauma caused swelling, and some of those other observed injuries were caused.
S for identification is now the next exhibit.
All right. As the witness is coming in, we're going to zoom until we're...
Right. So are you looking for my instruction now, Mr. Lally?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. So jurors, I gave you a similar instruction before about photographs. So the Commonwealth intends to introduce into evidence through the next witness certain photographs showing Mr. O'Keefe post-mortem. You'll have those photographs with you in connection with this case. I understand that they will be, some of them will be shown up on the screen, and that's why I want to sort of give you a warning that that will happen. When they come to you as exhibits, they'll be placed in an envelope. You can, look at them briefly. They'll be covered, is what I'm saying to you. So the photographs are not pleasant. They can be described as graphic. And I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs will be unpleasant, perhaps sad and graphic.
This is not the
most.
most
The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe.
I mean,
which
your
might
reading
be
of this is
occasioned by
more
the
dramatic than
photographs.
these
So
photos
please
are going to
consider
be.
those photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injury or to the nature of the incident itself.
All right, zoom. Her reading of this was more dramatic than
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall
All right, I'm
give
going to put this at 1.25 while we do background training and experience. So this is now sped up for background training and experience. I think this is the doctor that was discussed in the text messages, because this would be the doctor that came to the findings.
Good afternoon, doctor.
And did the autopsy.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Irini Scordi-Bello. My last name is spelled Scordi-Bello.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed as a medical examiner.
And for whom are you employed?
I am employed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And how long has it been that you've been medical examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts?
I have been with OCME in Massachusetts since December of 2016.
Now, ma'am, if I could take you back and just ask you a few questions regarding
Background,
your
training, and experience.
educational background, work history a little bit prior to working at the OCME in Massachusetts. If I could start with your undergraduate work, as far as where did you go and what, if anything, did you receive a degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in microbiology at the University of California.
And after receiving that degree, where did you go from?
I went on to the University of Miami, where I completed my doctorate degree in immunology. And following that, I moved up to New York City, where I went to medical school.
New York
completed 4 years
City.
of medical school at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine.
Sorry, ma'am.
And
Couldn't help
following medical school, I completed 3 years of pathology residency at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
And then following your residency at Mount Sinai, where did you go from there?
And from there, I went downtown in New York City, and I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York.
And following
I bet that was
1 year,
busy.
Fellowship there, where did you go from there?
I worked in New York City until 2016 when I moved here to Massachusetts.
Now, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
What are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
As you need to be.
And if you could explain to the jury just briefly, what does it mean to be board certified and sort of what is entailed in that process?
No, the last witness just did that. Nobody's challenging that she's not an ME.
Board certification is actually a voluntary process that a physician decides to go through. It involves completing an accredited program in the specialty of choice. In my case, it was pathology and forensic pathology, and then completing a number of requirements, as well as taking and successfully passing exams, and then being able to say that you're board certified.
And is that certification at this time, is that up to date?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the time that you've been working as a forensic pathologist, are there any organizations that you belong to in relation to your work in that field?
Yes, I am a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
We are sped up in Lally. Is this slow?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that time frame as well, what, if any, experience do you have in regard to teaching?
GJ is asking why on some channels do I
related
see day 28? I'm counting jury days. So Tuesday was a day of voir dire, but it was not a jury day. So I was counting jury days for trial. So even though there was a trial day, I didn't count it. We can change it around if it would be less confusing and count the voir dire day. Chat, let me know what would be more or less confusing for y'all in the trial.
I've always been interested in teaching. I started teaching as a pathology resident, teaching other residents and medical students. And during my time in New York City, I enjoyed teaching medical students and residents. We had a very active education program in New York City. So I've always been involved with teaching both pathology and forensic pathology.
Now, to those terms themselves, if I could ask you briefly just to describe to the jury as far as pathology in general sense, what is pathology mean?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, and pathology looks at disease processes and as well as trauma and the effect they have on the human body.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology looks at disease processes and injuries in the human body and tries to determine the cause of death in deceased individuals.
And as far as anatomic pathology, what exactly is it?
Anatomic pathology, as opposed to clinical pathology, is it has to do with any organ that is in the body, versus clinical pathology that deals with fluids and blood analysis and things like that. So anatomic pathology, a lot of anatomic pathologists are surgical pathologists. That's another term that you will hear. These are pathologists in the hospital that look at tissues under the microscope, and they come to a diagnosis, whether something is benign or malignant. And forensic pathology takes anatomic pathology to another step, to another level, by looking at the whole body and trying to determine the cause of death. Instead of looking at one organ, forensic pathology looks at the whole body.
Are you also familiar through your work and training experience in regard to forensic pathology with a term called autopsy?
Yes.
And is that something that typically you would do in the case of sort of your investigation?
What did you do in this case? I completed an autopsy on John O'Keefe. What is your background, training, and experience to complete an autopsy? What field of medicine does that relate to? This
analysis in regard to a pathological analysis when it came to a body or a patient that comes in.
Yes, an autopsy is a procedure that we do to determine the cause and manner of death.
And so, doctor, with respect to an autopsy, maybe a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain in general terms as far as when a body or a patient comes in to the OCME.
No, just ask her.
Autopsy, what is involved in
just
it,
ask her what she did in this case. No,
Yes.
don't do it twice. Ask her what she did in this case, and then you do it all at once.
A death is first reported to the medical examiner's office. We make a determination as to whether that death falls under our jurisdiction. Cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner include all violent deaths, all deaths that are due to not natural causes, all accidents, intoxications, deaths of babies and children, and deaths in individuals that were not under the care of a physician when the death occurred. So once a case is accepted and it falls under our jurisdiction, it is given a numerical number, and then the body is transported from either the location of the death or the hospital to our facility. Our facilities, we have 3 facilities in the state of Massachusetts. Once the body comes to our facility, then there are a number of steps that are taken. The body is processed. What that means is that their pictures are taken, a weight is taken, a height is taken, everything is input into our computer system, and then a determination is made as to whether an autopsy is required in order for us to determine the cause and manner of death. If the answer is yes, then we proceed with the autopsy.
Just what did you do in this case?
As far as an autopsy is concerned, there are 2 sort of primary components of that as far as an external examination and an internal examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury, again, in general terms, sort of what the process is in reference to both external and internal?
Yes. So the autopsy or the postmortem examination has 2 main parts. The first one is the external exam, and it is basically what it sounds like. We do a very thorough exam of the outside of the body. We document physical characteristics, eye color, hair color.
Tattoos.
We document any scars or tattoos that may be on the body. We take pictures. We make notes. We look for any signs of disease and any signs of injury. All that is, as I mentioned, documented. And once we're, during the external examination, sometimes we will take evidence. We will collect hair and nails from the body if we think that that is necessary or warranted. And once the external examination is done, then we proceed to the internal examination. That involves making surgical type cuts on the body, and what's known as the Y incision that goes from shoulder to shoulder and down the middle of the body. And the organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen are examined thoroughly, again, looking for and documenting signs of disease or signs of injury. We do the same thing with the head. The head is open, the brain is removed, and we document any disease or injury.
Now, turning your attention to January 31st, 2022, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy in regard to a patient or a body of John O'Keefe?
I did.
And do you recall which of, you mentioned there were 3 different offices of Chief Medical Examiner within the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, it was in the Cape Cod office.
Is that the office that you typically work out of?
No, that's not the office I typically work out of. My permanent position is in the Westfield office in Western Massachusetts. I was covering the office that day because we were short-staffed.
And in the reference to the autopsy that you performed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that in conformity with what you were speaking about just before, generally as far as how you conduct autopsies?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the autopsy that you performed in reference to
Chad,
Mr.
I see
O'Keefe,
questions about the autopsy. I'm not going to answer all of those.
What, if anything,
I know too much.
In reference
some
to
of it's
that
really
external
unpleasant.
First, I noted that there was evidence of medical intervention. Mr. O'Keefe's body.
She's going to go over the physical condition of John O'Keefe's body, so we're going to slow this down, and we will go from there.
Was transported to our facility from the hospital, and he had evidence of attempted resuscitation. After I documented that, I proceeded to document some injuries that I saw on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And before we turn to that, if I could just ask you a couple more general questions. You've made some mention earlier in your testimony as far as
Don't ask general questions.
Cause and manner of death in general. That's two things that you're trying to determine during any sort of forensic pathological examination, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask you first is just in reference to manner of death.
We're speeding you right back up.
Describe for the jury sort of what are the different types of manner of death and how are they sort of classified from a perspective from your office?
Accidental.
Okay. Yes. So the manner of death are the circumstances that led to the cause of death. The cause of death being the disease or the injury that initiated the sequence that led to the fatal events. So
Natural.
The manner of death is circumstance dependent. There are 5 general manners of death or 5 umbrellas. The first one is natural. When we determine a manner of death to be natural, it means that the death was caused exclusively by natural disease. That would be heart disease, liver disease, cancer, aging, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. The second manner of death is accident. That means that the cause of death was due to an injury or due to an intoxication, either a physical injury or a chemical injury. But the circumstances show little or no evidence that
this is sped up, by the way,
intoxication or that injury was intentional. So most motor vehicle accidents, most drug overdoses,
drownings,
most elderly falls are classified as accidents. The fatal outcome was not intentional. Homicide is a manner of death when there is injury inflicted by another person, but there is evidence that there was intent to cause fear, harm, or death to the other individual. And suicide is due to either an injury or an intoxication. And again, the circumstances and the evidence suggest or point strongly to the fact that that was a self-inflicted, intentional act on behalf of the person with the intent to cause harm to themselves or cause death to themselves. So most hangings, intentional overdoses by prescription medications are classified as suicides. And then we have, one more manner that we call undetermined. Some jurisdictions, they call it could not be determined. That means that evidence pointing towards one set of circumstances or one manner is no more compelling than evidence pointing towards another manner of death. So if
evidence pointing to one manner of death and another manner of death are competing. So there's no clear winner, so it cannot be determined.
We don't have enough information to know whether something, or to be able to determine the circumstances, then we are left with an undetermined manner of death.
Now, am I correct in stating that the cause of death is something that's more like a medical determination? Is that correct?
Yes, the cause.
Yeah.
So watch the leading questions, Mr. Riley. It's sustained.
Yeah, they are quite leading.
How would you characterize the determination that you make in regard to a cause of death?
The cause of death is based on my findings at the time of autopsy, along with any medical information that I may have on that deceased individual.
Now, as far as the manner of death, how are you making that determination?
The manner of death, as I mentioned, is circumstance dependent. I make that determination based on investigative information that is provided to me by law enforcement, by the people who did the investigation.
Easier in some cases than others, for sure.
What determination are you making as far as when you classify something as either of those 5 categories in a manner of death?
I am not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination.
And so as far as the medical determination as manner of death, specifically when I'm talking about something that could be ruled or listed as manner of death as accident, is that, what if anything, what if any determination are you making as far as that is concerned?
Why ask this? It's not
I'm making the
relevant
determination
here.
that the information that I have either shows no evidence or very little evidence that the injury that led to the cause of death was intentional. So I don't have any information to suggest that that was an intentional act.
And am I correct in saying that routinely people charged with, say, motor vehicle homicides, it gets classified as a manner of death as accident, correct?
What?
Sustained.
Mayor Bertrand?
Yes.
That's a weird question, Lally.
Doctor, I'm showing you the documents. Ask you to review it a couple and finish.
Is that the death certificate? Looks like it.
Yes.
Okay.
And do you recognize that document, Doctor?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a copy of the death certificate for Mr. John O'Keefe.
That's signed by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the listing related to cause of death, what did you list as cause of death on Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his death certificate?
Cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And with reference to manner of death, what, if anything, did you list on Mr. O'Keefe's death certificate in relation to manner of death?
I listed could not be determined.
And as far as that listing for could not be determined, if you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was the cause of death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries.
Right.
And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not.
Right, it's
and
unclear.
So my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicides or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as
we
far as
ruled
your
those out.
determination of manner of death being could not be determined, which of the two were you?
Obviously between homicide and
The
accident.
two manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
You know, may I approach?
Isn't that where everybody's at?
Being a blunt force injury, is that correct?
Correct.
I
One of the
zoomed.
contributing causes. If you could explain to the jury sort of what you understand that to mean as far as what is a blunt force injury.
Blunt force injuries are caused by any blunt object. That is a very big category of objects. A microphone could be a blunt object. This bottle, if heavy enough, could be a blunt object. The ground can be a blunt object. So anything that doesn't have a
Not
sharp
stabby.
edge or a razor edge, not a knife, not a scalpel,
Not stabby.
is a blunt object. Blunt impact injuries are categorized into contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches, fractures, which are a break in the
Broken.
bone, and lacerations, which are tears in the skin. So when we say blunt impact injuries,
I'm sorry, what's that you said about lacerations? What? Lacerations are what? Tears in the skin? Right.
could be referring to any of those or a combination of those 4 types. And all those are the result of impact of the body with a blunt object.
Now, we'll get more into specifics in a moment, just in general terms as far as from your external examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, whereabouts sort of geographically on the body did you observe these blunt force injuries?
Where was he injured?
The majority of the blunt force injuries were
There, I
to the face
fixed
and the
it.
head, as well as to the upper extremities, the arms.
Face,
Starting
head, upper
with
extremities.
Mr. O'Keefe's head, what was it specifically, or where was it that you observed blunt force injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Okay. I observed a number of different injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's head, starting with his eyes. He had hemorrhage or bleeding on the upper eyelids of both eyes, as well as swelling of the eyes. He had a small laceration, a small tear in the skin on the right eyelid, again associated with the bleeding. He had some abrasions. Abrasions are superficial scratches on the skin on the left side of his nose, I believe. And when I looked at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, he had a laceration. It's a tear in the skin that was surrounded, or it was associated with an abrasion, a scrape.
Now, in terms of the extremities, and I'll start with upper extremities as far as his arms, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to blunt impact injuries to his arms?
He had, on the right upper extremity, he had a number of somewhat linear, somewhat patterned abrasions, scrapes, varying sizes, ranging from small,
Interesting.
2 to 3 millimeters to, I believe, 5 or 6 centimeters, both on the upper arm and part of his forearm. He had some contusions or some bruising on the dorsal aspect of the right hand that I measured and documented. He had some other, he had a very small abrasion, I believe, on the lower extremities near the right knee, but I would have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure.
You can go ahead and look at your notes anytime you need to, doctor.
I can go into my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
Scrapes on the arm. So she referred to the arms as abrasions as well, which is what the law enforcement officers kept trying to do. I'm going to zoom while she is, going through her notes.
So as far as his extremities, I noted a 3 centimeter superficial abrasion to his right medial upper arm. That would be the medial aspect, would be the inner aspect of the right arm. I noted the abrasions on his posterior right arm and forearm. Those ranged from 3 millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch on the dorsal aspect of the left hand, and a small 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee, on the side of his knee, on the right side.
Now, I think you've defined it fairly well so far, but I'm just going to ask you, just for delineation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the difference between an abrasion versus a contusion versus a laceration.
She already described that.
An abrasion is a scrape. It's a scrape of the superficial layers of the skin. A contusion is a bruise.
Where do the furrows
if
fall
I
into that?
hit myself hard enough on my nightstand, I break blood vessels and under the skin, then I can end up with a bruise or a contusion. A laceration is a tear, not necessarily a cut. There's a distinction between a cut and a tear. A tear in the skin is due to a blunt object, maybe the corner of the nightstand that's sharp enough to tear my skin, but not so sharp as a blade that would actually cut the skin smoothly. So we differentiate between lacerations and cuts because cuts are due to sharp objects, lacerations are due to blunt objects. And fractures are basically a break in the bone, again, due to blunt trauma.
Lally, because we did that, Lally.
Because
we did that.
What is termed as an incised wound.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Incised, I-N-C-I.
Incised, yes.
If you could explain the difference between sort of the mechanism and sort of what you observe between a laceration and an incised wound.
Yes. So an incised wound is what I previously called a cut. So the analogy I like to give is if you have a loaf of bread and you're trying to cut the bread. If you take a very good bread knife, sharp knife, you will be able to smoothly cut the bread. If you take a hammer, which is a blunt object, and you try to cut the bread, you're going to shred it up. So an incised wound is a smooth cut. Knives, razors will cause incised wounds on the skin. A blunt object will cause a laceration. It will break the skin, and the edges will not be uniform, and there might even be some bruising around it.
Now, with respect to the injuries that you talked about as far as the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, how was that located in reference to sort of the circumference of the arm? And what I'm asking there is, was it on top, on the bottom, or everywhere?
I described them as being on the posterior right arm and forearm. So when we examine a body, we examine the body in what's known as the anatomic position, which is the body on the table with the palms upwards. And so the posterior right arm and forearm would be what would be facing the table as the body is laying on the table, the backside of the arm and the forearm.
So the opposite of posterior would be what?
Would be anterior, and it would be this area right here that points up.
I'm going to move me
As far as
forward.
the anterior of Ms.
Explaining.
O'Keefe's right arm, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries there?
I noted in my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could turn your attention to the internal examination as far as the injuries that you observed there, what, if anything, did you observe during the course of your internal examination?
All right, internal exam.
Okay, the internal examination, I will start with the head. Once the skull was open and the head was examined, I noted that there were skull fractures in Mr. O'Keefe's skull, both in the back and the front aspect of his skull. I noted that there was
back and
recent subdural hemorrhage. That is blood that is under the dura, and the dura is a very tough protective cover that sits over the brain. I noted that there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's hemorrhage that is directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges, which is a very thin membrane that covers the brain.
That's consistent.
And at that point, I removed the brain, and I, instead of examining it right then and there, I saved it in a special solution, and I sent it to our office in Boston for a neuropathologist to fully examine.
And is it your understanding that a neuropathologist ultimately conducted a fuller examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
Yes.
And who is that neuropathologist within your office?
We know.
Dr. Stonebridge.
Now, with reference to the head, as far as the skull, you indicated that there were fractures as in plural, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And
I want to hear more about that.
with reference to the fractures, what, if any, relationship did you know between the fractures that you observed and the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that you spoke about in your external examination?
So the laceration on the scalp that I observed was overlying the area of the skull that appeared to be fractured, or at least appeared that the fractures were originating from that point of impact and extending into the rest of the skull.
Now, one of anything as far as your observations of the skull and that point in the, I'm sorry, which part of the skull was the originating fracture?
This would be on the back of the skull, slightly right of midline.
Is that the medical term that that's referred to as?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
What?
Is there a medical term that that's referred to as far as the right rear sort of?
It's the right occipital.
And what, if anything, led you to that opinion that that was sort of the originating source of the multiple fractures in the skull that you observed?
Again, observing or looking at the skull fractures and their pattern, there appeared to be a central point with fractures
coming from it,
radiating or originating
right
from that central point and going into other parts of the skull.
So one point of impact in the
Now,
back, and then the
in reference to that
fractures coming
laceration
around.
in the area of the originating fracture in the back of the skull, what, if anything, did you determine in regard to impact in regard to that area of the head?
Well, the laceration along with, so the tear in the skin along with the scrape because they were adjacent, are both evidence of blunt impact. So I knew at that point that Mr. O'Keefe's head had come in contact with a blunt object.
Would that be sort of the point of impact between the blunt object and Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Right.
Now, with reference to the fractures that you would observed, how extensive were the fractures that you observed, the multiple ones?
Well, there were multiple fractures. So by definition, multiple fractures in multiple chambers or parts of the skull. So I would say they were extensive.
It's a hard hit to the back of the head.
Could I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, because I can't zoom.
Could I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're going to answer super chats. So we have no zooming. So for those of you in the chat asking about baseball bats, that doesn't seem consistent to
when
me.
you're conducting this internal examination,
Based on
is there
what she's
sort of
testified to so
division
far.
of the body that you're doing as far as what you're examining and in what order and sort of things that you're looking at from the internal examination?
Well, we examine everything, and usually we start in the external examination, we start from the head and work our way down. During the internal examination, we're doing two things at the same time sometimes. And so I start with the chest, move to the abdomen, and then the pelvis, while at the same time, we're working on the head.
All right, I'm going to pause you there for a minute. We're going to take a short recess.
Why?
And we'll be back.
Why? What?
Doctor, you can step down if you'd like to. You don't have to, but you can step down if you want to, and I'd ask that you just call over the jurors.
Okay. I'll just.
Why?
Thank you.
What? I don't know why they're excusing the jury for
I'll
a
see
break.
counsel at sidebar.
I imagine that counsel is just as confused as we are, but okay. There are still more questions to go here from the medical examiner. We cannot zoom because we are on real time. I'm going to answer some questions and wait to see if the court puts anything on the record. But we finally have the medical examiner on the stand, and the chat has voted to count voir dire day as a court day. So we will be re-enumerating today to trial day 28, yesterday to trial day 27. You know, chat is bait. We just let the chat vote, and that's what it is. So, Nishay asked, Emily, is Lally capable of asking questions in a linear way? I don't think so. Maybe I'm missing something. His pattern of questioning is difficult. Please take care of your voice well, Dave and VidCon. I will, Nishay. We've got all kinds of things to try to help that. There was no blood on the arm of John's shirt, right? Were the lacerations post-mortem?
You are muted.
There were stains on the shirt. What the stains were was, I don't know if it was tested for blood. They were tested for DNA, but they were not tested. I don't know if they were tested for blood, but there were stains on the shirt. When we saw the photos of the shirt, there wasn't obvious staining on the outside of the shirt, but there were puncture wounds into the shirt. I don't know if we will hear questions about whether those could be post-mortem, but when someone is left outside, I think there's always room to ask that question, though the blizzard might have limited that, and we will see. So I am so surprised we're on a break. Casey Katz at EDB, is she aware that Proctor called her a whack job? I have no idea. We are really defining what an autopsy is. Fuck, Stephen, I agree with you. Again, there are easier ways to go through this process of questioning with an ME, and that is not this. I don't think you need a dictionary definition first. I think you go, what did you do? What does that mean? But that is my preference of questioning. And so it's easier for me to follow, because if you give me the definitions and I have no context for them, I'm not going to remember. I think lots of people are like that, where if you don't have context for a piece of information, you're just like, okay. I don't have context for that, so it doesn't mean anything. But once you have context for it, then you're like, oh, now I understand. So it's very difficult with that. So I also don't know if heat is becoming a factor in the courtroom. There was concerns of that going into this. Douglas Stevens says, traumatic event, groundbreaking. Yep. We know there was a traumatic head injury. We know. We know everything looks like a traumatic brain injury. Everything we've talked about is a traumatic brain injury. That's frustrating. I don't know. Wicked Rose, I don't know if the dog did it, but we will see the digital evidence. We will see the digital evidence seems to indicate that John O'Keefe never went in the house, but that doesn't mean things couldn't have happened outside the house. I don't know if we're ever going to have a clear picture in this trial of what happened. When the accident reconstructionist says things like, it could probably be this, it doesn't really help with that. Catherine said, is this the Emmy that Proctor was being so rude about? I think the first Emmy, no. I think this second Emmy, probably. Processing a body seems interesting. It's kind of a difficult process to watch, but also I yeeted myself immediately from doing stuff like that after working very briefly as an EMT and going through EMT training. I was like, this is very much not for me, but autopsies are interesting to attend. I appreciate that the judge was so careful. Like, we're going to put these in an envelope. You'll know where the pictures are. You won't just come across them. Because the number of times I got like jump scared by walking into a colleague's office to be like, yo, what's for lunch? And they were just like all of the photos. It's like, well, you came into my office. It's like, true. Katie, I know I got this before lunch, but thank you all. Fat Yoga, good to see you in the chat. Tanya said, I just finished my first trial as a new lawyer and I won. Congratulations. I'm so happy. Just want to share my happiness with my biggest inspiration. Congratulations. It's an amazing feeling. There is nothing quite like trial work. Trial work is riveting. It's dynamic. It's exhausting. It's all the things. So congratulations. It's a lot of fun. Luke said, where do I access the member chat? I am new. You're here and we have in the member spaces, there are members only videos. And then when we do members only stuff, it will be notified there. And then if you are in the Law Nerd app, we also send out, hey members, we're doing this. And then you can go to the member tab or the membership tab here on YouTube and find all of that. So it's there. We've got all the throat things. Music to My Soul said, wait, they say jury out just like Seacrest out? Yeah, they do. Every day they're like, jury out. But then at least they're not caught on video. So that is very helpful. Her product says throat calm tablets. I will take a look at those because that is what we're doing. Right now it's tired from lots and lots and lots of talking, isn't it? So let's see. Did she say if he had a basilar skull fracture? Basilar skull fractures cause black eyes. She has been talking about the, let's see what her specific findings were. Let's see, those are the hematomas. She said fractures to skull, but didn't get into the type of fracture from skull and didn't get into exactly where the fracture was. So I don't know if we're there yet, but Carrie H, I am waiting to see because there is room for the black eyes to be from a brain injury and a skull fracture. So we'll see. Stephanie said, my 6-month-old Travis can't stop staring at the TV. Love you, Emily. Thank you for being with us. Of course. I love being with you guys. The length of this trial is wearing. I imagine that the jury also feels that. Slayer says, not that the defense needs to show this, but is there any motive for the people in the house to hurt John? I appreciate that you prefaced it with the defense doesn't have to prove anything. They don't. Their job is to prove the state didn't prove it. I mean, that's an inaccurate and inartful statement. Let me do that better. The defense's job is to illuminate for the jury that the state has not proven their case. That is a much better way to say it. So that is what their job is. But they did throw out a Karen Reed was framed right at the beginning of trial. So then it creates or can create an expectation of like, ooh, tell me more about that. So they're going to argue it. they don't have to prove it. And I think they're going to point to the behavior of everyone in the house. And then I think they're going to point to Brian Higgins's text messages and the awkwardness potentially surrounding that. So we will see. John's mom is not in court for the ME. That is very common, and I think it's appropriate for loved ones not to be in the courtroom during the medical examiner testimony. It is sometimes very dry and sometimes very difficult, even though it is dry, because you're going over all of the trauma to a body and then the photos of the trauma to the body. So no, it's appropriate. And most of the time, family members opt not to be in court for that testimony. Some will be, some won't be. So I didn't notice if John's brother was there. Actually, let me scrub back and see as they're excusing the jury. I'm going to just take a look. Oh, no, John's brother is still there and sister-in-law as well. So some of the victim's family are still there, but I'm not surprised. And I think it's probably the right call. But people get to choose for themselves. Like Queen said, I have a thing about looking at someone's eyes when they're talking, and her closing her eyes so much is really bugging my neurospicy brain. See, like Queen, for me, I look at her and I'm like, I wonder if she's light sensitive, and being in court is so bright that it is hurting her eyes. So I close. We all come from it with different neurospiciness, right? I tend to close my eyes sometimes when I'm thinking and processing information, but I am also light sensitive. So it really just depends on where a person's coming from, which is hard, right? We all come at things with different perspective, which is why we talk about them, so we can learn. Chesney says, if circumstantial evidence is allowed, how do lawyers fight against bringing in those things like house reno after death? Circumstantial evidence is allowed. It has to still be relevant. And there are all kinds of tests. Well, not all kinds. There is a legal standard for relevancy, and then there's case law and relevancy, and that's what your motions in limine before a trial cover. Is this relevant? Is it more, prejudicial than probative? Does this relate in time to this case? Can it be proven? So even if it's circumstantial, it has to relate to the case. So hopefully that helps. Melanie said, Emily, with the manner of death being undetermined, it bothers me that the DA would make the leap to charge Karen Reed with his death. There are times where they believe they have the evidence to prove it. They went to a grand jury on it. The grand jury indicted. It is what it is. Undetermined deaths can be prosecuted depending on jurisdiction. There's always a caveat, depending on jurisdiction. But when things are hard to determine, it can be hard for a jury to determine. I wonder if we get to the jury instructions and see the defense arguing for just an operating under the influence instruction and being like, look, Karen Reed was driving under the influence, but she didn't hit John O'Keefe. There's no evidence that she hit John O'Keefe. So giving the jury an option to, convict her of a misdemeanor DUI might be something the defense argues for at the end of this. They might not. So let's see. I saw a question in the chat. Lou said, Emily, do your lenses correct for light sensitivity? Yes, they do, which is why they are not. Because of the color of my lenses, some assume that they are sunglasses. They are not. My husband's are blue. Nobody assumes those are sunglasses. But mine are in the realm of purple gray. So people, when they get darker, people assume that they are sunglasses. They are not, but they are light correcting. But that is a whole different thing for a whole different day. So let's see. Somebody else said closing eyes can be reading brain info. So I have no mind's eye, so I don't know. But I would imagine for some, if you're trying to recall information, closing your eyes might actually help you recall information if you can see it in your head. So that's, yeah. Christine said, your TED Talk made me cry. I love you. You're welcome. I'm sorry it made you cry. I hope it was a good cry. I enjoyed doing it when I did because it was so close in time to me leaving the DA's office. I think it was raw. That's for sure. I need to revisit that too. It would be interesting to revisit now because things have changed so much. Rastrick said, I'm stuck on the blood on his shirt and shoe, flying and spinning, but with blood falling downwards. Forgive if this is a repetitive subject. It's no forgiveness needed. It's not repetitive. These are very fair questions and questions that need to be discussed, because with the accident reconstructionist saying it just happened, it can be difficult. Let me see if anything was said. I don't think it was. No, they're just bringing the jury back in after break. All right. So we are back on live as the jury is coming back in. I needed her to say if the rumors are true, he was missing 3.5 pints of blood. That wasn't on the ground. I mean, if it absorbed into the ground, I don't know if we would know that in this case.
Now, doctor.
But we'll see.
As far as...
But volume of blood can also be because of bleeding elsewhere in the body. So I'm sure she'll talk about it.
The internal examination was concerned with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Starting with his stomach, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in that area?
Pamela,
I observed that
there's no evidence that there was vomit on his boxers. There was a smell of vomit that was discussed, but there was nothing in trial about that being seen anywhere. So I don't know what that's from, but there was a discussion that his clothes smelled of vomit. That's been the only discussion, other than the fact that on his shirt, it tested for not dog DNA, but pig DNA. But there's head injuries can also cause vomiting. So, all right, let's get into stomach contents.
Small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding
injury
in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach.
And are those described in medical literature as a specific type of spot?
They are they have a name. They're called Wisniewski spots. Wishnewski, and they have been associated with cases of hypothermia.
Oh, interesting.
And how so? How have they been associated with cases of hypothermia?
They have been seen in cases of hypothermia. It's one of the findings that supports the diagnosis of hypothermia. They are not always there, and their presence doesn't definitively diagnose hypothermia, but they are one of the findings that, if present, suggest the diagnosis of hypothermia.
And based on your training and experience, based on other types of literature that you've reviewed in regard to hypothermia, what is, as far as these Wisniewski spots, and thank you very much for saving me from saying that until after you had said it. With regard to that, what if anything does it say as far as the
people just want you to move
causality of
along,
that, or how that occurs or is related to hypothermia?
We don't really know the pathophysiology of these spots. There have been various hypotheses. People have suggested that they are a response to stress. Some people have suggested that hypothermia increases secretion of acid in the stomach, and that leads to these spots, but their exact pathophysiology is still under investigation.
So why they happen? That's interesting.
In addition to these areas of small hemorrhage in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, what, if anything, did you observe in the pancreas?
In the pancreas, I, again, observed some more diffuse hemorrhage of the pancreas and the tissues around it.
And same question with regard to the spots or the hemorrhages you observed in the stomach. What, if any, relationship do the hemorrhages or the bleeding in the pancreas have in relation to hypothermia?
Again, it's one of the findings that, if present, should alert the medical examiner to consider the possibility of hypothermia.
And as far as the observations that you made, as far as the hemorrhages in the stomach area of Mr. O'Keefe and the hemorrhages in the pancreatic area of Mr. O'Keefe, the sort of juxtaposition of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your hypothermic diagnosis?
When the case was called into our office and when we accepted the case, it was reported to us that this was an individual that was found in the snow, covered with snow, and it appeared that he may have been there for a period of time. So one of the questions for me as a medical examiner is to determine whether there are any signs of hypothermia in addition to what I had already observed, which was the blunt impact injuries. And the combination of the gastric, the stomach, and the pancreatic hemorrhages strongly suggested, given the circumstances and how the body was found, that hypothermia did in fact play a role in his death.
Now, probably should have asked this first as a precursor, but when you use the term hypothermia, what do you understand, what does hypothermia mean from a medical diagnostic perspective?
Right, hypothermia is a term used to describe low body temperature, by definition, 35 degrees centigrade or below. And there are levels of hypothermia, from mild hypothermia to severe hypothermia. It just basically means the body is losing heat faster than it can generate it.
And typically, what would be the sort of core body temperature that would determine someone is hypothermic versus not?
We're usually at 98 degrees or 37 degrees centigrade. So anything higher than that is considered a fever or hyperthermia. Anything lower than 35 degrees centigrade or 95 degrees Fahrenheit is considered hypothermia.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of a little bit about the type of diagnosis that is involved in hypothermia, and sort of what other sort of types of information you would be looking at in order to make that diagnosis.
Hypothermia is a difficult diagnosis to make, and sometimes it's a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning that all other possible causes of death have been ruled out and you're left with hypothermia. So a body that is found in the snow or in a cold environment and has a core body temperature of 85 degrees and is unresponsive or asystolic, meaning that there is no heart activity, could be a hypothermic death or it could not be a hypothermic death. And it's up to us to determine by doing the autopsy what other factors are at play. So the example I like to give is a person with severe coronary artery disease goes out to shovel their driveway, suffers a heart attack, and drops to the ground and is dead within seconds. And no one discovers their body for a few hours during the storm. When they're found, they're asystolic, their core body temperature is 80 degrees, but the autopsy shows another reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them. They just happened to be outside after they died, and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped. Doesn't mean they died from hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs, that goes out into bad weather, gets confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter, and they die, their body temperature starts to drop. They get more disoriented, they get more confused, their organ systems start to shut down, and eventually they die from hypothermia. So that person will also be found in the snow with a core body temperature of 80, 85 degrees. But when we do the autopsy, if we see those gastric hemorrhages, if we see that bleeding in the stomach, if we see the bleeding in the pancreas, if we look at their toxicology and we see that they were intoxicated with multiple substances, then we can determine, or we can opine, that the cause of death was at least partly due to the hypothermia, because they were still alive when they started losing heat, as opposed to someone who had the heart attack and was already dead when they started losing heat from the body.
Doctor, when coming to your opinion in relation to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe, in addition to your autopsy, your internal, your external examination, what, if any, other materials were you provided, and what, if any, other materials did you review in relation to that?
I was provided with a police report, an investigative report. I was provided with some of his prior medical records. I was provided with records from the hospital where he was first taken by emergency medical personnel. And during the course of the autopsy, of course, I forgot, I didn't mention this, we also, during the autopsy, collect fluids from the body that are sent to the lab for toxicologic analysis. And after a few weeks after the autopsy, we get a report from the toxicology lab. And in this case, I looked at the toxicology report. As I mentioned, all the information from the investigators, the autopsy findings, the neuropathology findings, and came to a conclusion as to the cause.
Okay.
Now,
it's a long way to go
as
to
part
get
of the,
to hypothermia.
Documentation that you received from the investigators, did that include photographs of the scene as well?
Yes, it did. Some photographs.
Turning back to the toxicological findings that you received, what, if any, indication did those findings have, or did they indicate in regard to blood alcohol concentration with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe had alcohol in his system, and
we knew that.
I do believe, I don't have the toxicology in front of me, but in his blood at the time of autopsy, the level was 0.21 grams per deciliter.
Now,
I mean,
contained within those toxicology findings, there's also something listed as a vitreous humor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is, where that sample is taken from, and why it is?
Yeah, that sample, the vitreous humor, is taken from the back chamber of the eye. It's one of the routine samples that we take in addition to blood from the body and urine. And it's, again, used to look for the presence of different drugs. In cases of alcohol intoxication, sometimes we will get a value for the vitreous, and sometimes that value might not be exactly the same as the value that we get for the blood. It gives us an idea of where in the curve of alcohol metabolism, the individual is.
And so based on sort of the disparity between the vitreous humor level and the, I'm sorry, I may not have asked, what was the level in the vitreous humor?
I believe it was higher, sorry, I just have to find it. I think it was 0.26. I'm sorry, I can't find it in these notes. I don't know if you have the.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, copy of the toxicology.
Yes. It was 0.28.
Thank you. Now, doctor, with respect to the disparity between what was contained as a BAC in the vitreous humor versus the other number from his blood, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as, or what, if anything, do you take from it?
It'll be interesting to hear what her conclusion is.
That suggests that the level in Mr. O'Keefe's blood had been higher than 0.21, and that's reflected by the 0.28 that was in the vitreous. The vitreous metabolism of alcohol lags it's a little slower, lags behind that of the blood and the circulation. The alcohol is metabolized in the liver, but the fact that it is higher in the vitreous suggests that the level in the blood was also higher at some point prior.
So at some point, whenever Mr. O'Keefe died, his level of alcohol was on the decrease. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned that you had reviewed the EMS reports for Mr. O'Keefe as well as his medical records from Good Samaritan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could just briefly for the jury explain your understanding as far as some of the terms within those medical records. Are you familiar with your review of Mr. O'Keefe's medical records that he was labeled as being in cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, he was labeled as asystolic or in asystole, which is basically a flat line. So if you attach leads to the body, there is no electrical activity coming from the heart.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as certain vital signs were taken in the course of his treatment at the Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Yes.
Including a core temperature, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what that core temperature was?
Yes. It was noted as 80.1.
And that was a temperature reading that was taken at 7:19 a.m., is that correct?
It was taken, actually, this temperature reading in the records that I'm looking at was taken at 6:57
So
a.m.
6:57.
And with respect to that 80.1 degree temperature, that's in Fahrenheit, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, relationship does that have, or what, if any, relationship does that have to your hypothermic diagnosis?
Well, that is the temperature. At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is asystolic, meaning he has no cardiac activity. That is the temperature
so much time on hypothermia
of his body at the time that he was taken to.
It's because they're going to argue, had she not left him there
by EMS and taken to the
on the state's theory, had she not left him there, he would have survived. That's why they're spending so much time on the hypothermia for this, because that's going to be part of their argument.
Hospital.
Because that's their theory of the case.
So it is a very hypothermic temperature. It is well below the 95 degrees, which we consider hypothermia.
Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, but with respect to
She probably did.
hypothermia, what are some of the manifestations of that?
Definitely did that.
Onset, as it progresses?
Well, the first evidence of hypothermia, which we have no problem in this room, is shivering. When someone starts to get cold, they start to shiver to conserve heat. But then as the body loses more and more heat, there are neurologic consequences. People can get confused. We see this in the elderly all the time. They can get disoriented, and eventually at very low temperatures, below 90 degrees, everything ceases to function. The heart stops.
And would physical weakness or lack of strength be one of those manifestations as well?
Yes.
And how many different sort of stages of hypothermia are there from the beginning of or onset of progression to the end?
There is mild hypothermia to extreme severe hypothermia.
Okay. Lally?
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
We're just waiting for him to decide what he's talking about.
Now, with regards as far as the type of clothing that someone is wearing when they're outside in these
Is that considered? Okay.
What, if any, relationship would that have with regard to the quickness or the rapidity of the onset of hypothermia?
Clearly, the more layers someone has, the slower they will lose heat from their body. The fewer layers, the faster they can become hypothermic.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when he was found in the snow on the morning of the 29th?
The information that I was given stated that he was wearing a pair of jeans and a long sleeve shirt.
Now, with respect to someone as far as that hypothermia onset and the rapidity of it, what, if any, relationship with the condition of the clothing? What I'm asking there is more sort of the dryness versus wet clothing. What, if any, relationship with that?
Well, again, wet clothing or wet conditions will speed up the...
Don't glitch.
Doctor, I'm showing you a single-page document. You can just review that, look up when you're finished.
I just keep looking. I keep looking for the zoom, and I cannot zoom.
It is a photocopy of the.
I was on mute. No, I was muted because I needed to ask
that I took
Dr. B
at the
something.
time of autopsy.
Okay. Does that also contain a body diagram with relation to your notes as far as where you observed injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
That's the autopsy diagram.
No objection.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury at this time.
Okay.
Doctor, there should be somewhere before you on the desk over there, laser pointer. Coming, if you could enlarge that just a bit, if you could focus in towards the top and the head here. Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And on this, as far as the examination that you conducted, that also included certain measurements as far as height, weight, things like that, that you did with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
body,
the
correct?
diagram at the beginning would have helped give context for the jury, I think.
Height and the weight of Mr. O'Keefe.
He was weighed by our staff as 216 pounds and measuring 73 inches, which is 6 feet 1 inch.
Now, doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to starting with the front or the facial area and then to the back of the head, but just
And these are all
with
of
reference to
her
the head area,
notes as she was going through.
directing their attention to what, if anything, you observed in the area of the head of Ms. Rose.
In terms of injuries,
Yes.
you'd like me to point out the injuries? So as I mentioned, there were ecchymosis, that's another word for collection of blood under the upper eyelids. On Mr. O'Keefe, the ecchymosis on the right eyelid was also associated with a very small laceration. Then there was
So a laceration on the eyelid.
an abrasion on the left side of the nose. And then on the back of the head, there was...
He should have gone over her findings once and gone over this with her findings. He went through all of her findings and now is going back and going through all of them again. It didn't need to happen twice.
A 3 centimeter
case.
laceration. So this is the right side. It would be towards, the back lower side on the right side of the head.
And that laceration on the black lower side, right side of the head, is that in the same area that you observed what you described as sort of the originating skull fracture?
Yes, when the scalp was reflected, there was bleeding under the scalp in that particular area. And then when the skull was opened, that's the area that appeared fractured and appeared to have other fractures originating or radiating from it.
Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down this for the middle of the torso. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could again, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you noted.
The jury has to be so frustrated with this. How are you? Are you frustrated with this? I'm frustrated with this.
So on the right upper extremity, and again, this is the back of the body.
Yeah, you guys are like, yep.
We have this collection of linear abrasions. I think the battery is dead. That measured up to 7 centimeters and extended from the upper arm down to the middle of the forearm.
If I could interrupt you for 1 second, may I switch?
Thanks. This would be the abrasions.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down to the lower extremities. Again, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could, again, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you observed on the lower
Direct the jury's attention to why we just couldn't have done this the first time she went through all her findings.
A lot of injuries. There was a small abrasion on his right knee area on the side. And if you don't mind pushing the diagram just a little bit more up to see the hands, there were some contusions or some bruises on the dorsal aspects of the right hand and some very faint bruise on the left.
Thank you, Doc. And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Nora, may I approach again?
Yes.
I don't know, y'all, with that BAC, I mean,
Doctor, if I could show you what's a 2-page document, ask you to do
the answer might be neither theory and that he slipped.
Yes.
I want to know from an expert if that amount of force is consistent.
These are copies
last expert said it was.
Diagrams that I used at the time of autopsy to document some of the injuries on the face and the skull.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Melanie, we have the picture of the arm.
Any objection?
And when she's saying back, it's because when the arm's laying this way, even what would be the side of the arm is the back from the anatomical table. So that is why she is saying the back, well, the back of the arm, the back of the hand. So we will see.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can get back to it.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yep.
And now we're in real time.
Again, Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize what's picking up on the screen? It's the next exhibit before you.
Yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed or noted of significance in these particular diagrams.
So the upper eyelids, the areas of the upper eyelids on both sides had ecchymosis or blood under them. On the right side, there was a very small laceration or a small tear associated with that. Both eyes had.
I want to know how the prosecution answers the tear on the eyelid. I'm very curious.
Some swelling to them. And then on the nose, there were 2 abrasions, 2 scrapes. One was small at 0.5 centimeters. The other one was 1 centimeter, and it was linear. And I noted them right there.
Come in, if you could scroll down a bit. And again, from the bottom right diagram for you, Doctor, if you could, use the right corner, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries of significance you noted in that portion of the diagram.
This is the area where I noted the laceration to the scalp. I noted something called tissue bridging, which is a morphologic feature of a laceration. Is what makes it different from an incised wound or from a cut, because again, the skin is crushed and now it's more irregular. The edges are more irregular. And then above that laceration, I noted that there was a scrape as well associated with it. So that was one injury.
In this moment, if I could have the next page of that. Doctor, if I could direct you to the next page of that exhibit before you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, thank you, really sort of enlarge on the top left diagram.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, before we get into the diagram that's up on the screen, if I could ask just a bit more, if you could expound upon when you use the term ecchymosis, what exactly does that mean in specific reference to the area of the eyes?
Ecchymoses are a word that we use to describe bruising. Orbital ecchymosis or periorbital ecchymosis or supraorbital ecchymosis just refer to the location of the bleeding in relation to the eye. And when we see ecchymosis or bleeding around the eyes, one of the differential diagnoses, one of the etiologies is blunt trauma to the head, and specifically fractures to what is known as the base of the skull. And this, what you're seeing here, is the base of the skull.
Now, Doctor, if you could, using that diagram up on the screen, explain to the jury, let me ask first, as far as were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how the injuries in the skull and the brain sort of interacted with each other?
What happened?
Interacted also with the ecchymosis that you described in the orbital region.
So the injuries inside the skull, this is the base of the skull. This is, think of it as the tray where the brain would be sitting on top. The brain has been removed, and now we're looking at the bones. Right here is where I noted the skull, one of the skull fractures to be originating or starting with fractures. These are linear fractures that are extending or radiating from this one point of impact. This is known as the posterior fossa of the base. These two chambers are known as the middle cranial fossa, and this area is known as the anterior cranial fossa. As you look at this, the eyes would be sitting back here. So the eyes are actually very intimately associated with the anterior cranial fossa, which is very thin, and the bones are quite thin and friable.
That was me, sorry.
So an impact to the back of the head as was in this case, because we do have a laceration and we do have an abrasion. So we know that the head impacted something blunt with enough force to break the skull and enough force for those fractures to propagate or radiate into the middle cranial fossa and also the anterior cranial fossa, which is the front chambers of the base. When the anterior cranial fossa are fractured, as I mentioned, they are very thin bones. Blood can seep from this area into the soft tissues and manifest as hemorrhage or bleeding or a contusion or an ecchymosis around the eye when you look at the person face, when you look at their face. So it is a well-known fact that fractures to the base of the skull can present with orbital ecchymosis, and that particular manifestation has a name. It's called raccoon eye because it resembles, I guess, what raccoon eyes look like.
Yeah.
But emergency room physicians are always very alerted to any hemorrhage and any bleeding around the eyes, because it could signify, or it could mean that there's a much bigger injury inside the skull, and that is not just some bleeding around the eyes, that it actually is associated with a skull fracture.
Right.
So the ecchymosis itself, as far as the sort of drainage or seepage of blood, that's what causes the eyes to sort of swell up. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the injury to the
doctor, if I could ask you,
eyes and the presentation of that is kind of classic for a base of skull injury. I know people are like, no, black eyes, he was punched. It's a classic presentation
bleeding within the brain. What, if any, impact that has on the skull
for that base of skull injury?
Fractures are concerned with this building up of pressure itself.
The subarachnoid hemorrhage is a thin layer of hemorrhage on top of the brain, directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges. The main effect, or I guess one of the effects that subarachnoid hemorrhage has, is that it is very irritating to the brain and can lead to seizures. Subdural hemorrhage is hemorrhage that is due to veins in the dura, that very tough protective cover on top of the brain, that are broken and leak blood into the space between the dura and the brain. That kind of injury, given enough time, you can have accumulation of the blood, and it can cause significant shift into the brain. That's not something that we had here. Here we had some subdural hemorrhage, but not enough that it was what we call space occupying, but it was present. So it was due to bridging veins in the dura being injured from the trauma, from the fractures. And in terms of the effect that all these injuries have, the subdural and the subarachnoid and the skull fractures, anytime the brain is injured, it responds by swelling. And the skull is a closed space without the ability to expand, unlike the skin, where you can have a bruise or a significant amount of blood accumulate under the skin. In the skull, once the brain starts to react to the injury and it starts to swell, there's nowhere to go except for down. And that's the foramen magnum. That is the area where the brainstem and the spinal cord will run.
We did this with the last witness. She should have been first, in my opinion, and then the pathologist. But if this is the state's last witness, then maybe they want it to be fresh in everybody's brain, or skull or mind. But this is really it's got to be getting to the end of the state's case.
Spinal cord connects, obviously, the brain to the rest of the body. And this is one of the few spaces that the brain can try and squeeze into, because he has nowhere else to go. So herniation, brain swelling and herniation are a general response that the brain has to any sort of trauma.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take that down as well, so we can have the lights back on.
May I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
Now, doctor, with respect to the head injury, specifically the fracture, what, if any, opinion can you give or can you say in regard to the type of force or amount of force necessary
Green
to
Knight Southern Girl
cause
said, why isn't
the
Judge rushing
fracture to
him?
the skull
I
that you
don't
observed with
know.
regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't really give you a number. I'm not a physicist. I can tell you that the skull is a pretty thick bone. It takes considerable amount of force to fracture the skull. So that was a pretty considerable impact.
Now, with respect to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head and the onset of hypothermia, what, if any, opinion do you have with regard to the timing of those respective to each other?
Well, I do believe the injuries, the blunt impact injuries were sustained first. These are not injuries that are immediately lethal. This is not something
So he could
that
be walking.
would cause death in seconds. And therefore, Mr. O'Keefe may have been incapacitated by the injuries or knocked out, if you will, and was not able to get himself into a warmer environment, and therefore hypothermia set in, given the environmental conditions and given the clothing on the body, or the lack of clothing, I should say, no big jacket or anything like that.
Now, when you say something as far as some type of injury being immediately lethal,
a biomechanical engineer would sure help.
The one that forensic pathologists
Exactly.
like to use is a gunshot wound to the head that goes from one side to the other, disrupting the neural systems of the brain and causing the person to immediately drop and die within seconds or milliseconds.
Right.
This is not that kind of injury. This is an injury that took a little bit of time to develop, as is manifested by the fact that we have some bleeding, which means that the heart is still pumping and blood is still coming out of the vessels.
and so I guess to that point, as far as what was it from your examination and your findings and your review of sort of the overall materials that leads you to believe that the head injuries happened prior to hypothermia setting in?
Again, the findings of hypothermia,
She just said it.
the blunt impact injuries. If someone is, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility
Did she
that
just-
someone
she
becomes
said it.
hypothermic and then fall.
For those of you asking, the bleeding she's talking about is still contained. Other than the scalp bleeding, she is talking about a brain bleed that is inside the brain and contained within the brain, under the durasac of the brain and around and in the brain. So the bleeding is within the brain and the brain is swelling. So that's not something that's going to bleed out of the brain. It is all contained within the brain. The bleeding on the back of the head is a scalp laceration. So that's what she's talking about right now. Chad, I don't think we're going to get to cross today.
As a result. But the hypothermia would continue.
I sped her up to
along
her
with the brain
in real
injuries
time,
that
which will take
took some
3
time
seconds.
to develop. So in my opinion, I believe the impact, the injury to the head came first. Mr. O'Keefe was most likely incapacitated or unable to move into a warmer environment, and then the hypothermia set in.
And if you can, what, if anything, can you say as to the sort of, in contrast to sort of the bullet to the head or the instantaneous death, what, if anything, can you say as to the time that this would take to manifest itself as far as the injury to the head and the hypothermic state?
Again, I can't give you specifics. I would say this was definitely in the matter of minutes, many minutes or hours.
Matter of minutes or hours is important to their case that he was left.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that with medical intervention,
Now, Doctor, you had
the outcome would have been
mentioned,
different,
at some
but
point
it's
you
part
had
of
reviewed some photographs
their
from the scene,
theory.
Where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
We haven't even gotten to
And from the photographs
the
that you were
autopsy
shown, what, if
photos.
anything of significance, did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, what, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
And as far
So
as
once
anything
injured,
related
he
to,
didn't travel a very far
footprints,
distance.
Drag marks, anything like that? Did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
And he asked about
Now,
drag
from
marks.
your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if anything, did you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that Mr. O'Keefe was in?
Oh, I'm going to slow this down.
I didn't.
Lally's asking, are there any indications that he was in a fight or altercation? So I'm slowing this back down to real time.
What, if anything, did you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that Mr. O'Keefe was in?
I didn't see any major signs of what I would call a significant altercation.
And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs and what would you be expecting?
What are you
to see
looking
and
for?
What was lacking as far as your observations?
What would you be looking for?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on his hand. That's a very common place, but I didn't see any bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's knuckles. His nails were intact. I didn't see any breaks on his nails, and I didn't see any fractures or feel any fractures on any of his hands.
Now, with respect to the
So
diagrams
she
that were
believes
up
the
on
bruising
screen
might be
before,
due to
as
medical
well as,
intervention.
your
So no
observations,
defensive
from
wounds in that
internal
way.
examination. You observed some fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs. Is that correct?
Yes, he did have some fractures, I believe, to the 4th and 5th ribs near the sternum. It's a very common location for CPR-associated fractures.
Yeah.
And so I believe you just alluded to it right there. But as far as any fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, what, if any, opinion do you have
Those
as
are
to the
most likely from CPR.
Origination or causality of those rib fractures?
Being hit by a car.
As I mentioned, those are very consistent with the resuscitation. We see those quite often, given the history that I was provided that
how much CPR,
extensive
right.
resuscitation was attempted. I documented those as most likely due to resuscitation.
Right.
Now, doctor, with regard to the, just by way of
He asked it again because he wants the jury to
talk a bit
hear
about
it.
the significant impact or the thickness of the skull. How does that relate to the area of the ribs that you're talking about as far as can be fractured in resuscitative efforts?
Well,
Perry is.
I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase.
Correct,
What is the
Perry.
difference sort of between
Perry said the
thickness
first few
of the
compressions
bone
you
in
hear
the
are
skull
pop,
versus
pop,
the
pop.
thickness of the bone
Anyone
in
who's
the
done CPR
The skull
knows
in general is
exactly
a
what
thicker
Perry's
bone.
talking
It
about.
requires more force.
She answered that multiple times, Lally. Multiple
Doctor,
times.
If I could, are you familiar with a medical term known as vasodilation?
Running out the clock. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Wait, that's not what you were
Can
asking?
explain what that term is and how it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's condition?
I can explain what the term is. Vasodilation means opening up. Vaso refers to blood vessels. So vasodilation is the opening up of blood vessels to bring more blood to the extremities or any part of the body.
And again, that's a bit of an unfair question as far as the relations. But so how does that manifest itself as far as someone who's in colder conditions or has that sort of onset of hypothermia? What, if any, relation does the vasodilation have to that?
Well, you can see vasodilation. You can see vasoconstriction and vasodilation in hypothermia. Initially, the blood vessels will constrict in an attempt to reduce blood flow to the extremities so there's no heat loss. Anyone who has Raynaud's knows what that feels like. But then ultimately the blood vessels will dilate, bringing more blood to the extremities. Again, the normal regulatory mechanisms that the brain has to maintain our body temperature are disrupted when you get into those very low temperatures. And therefore, sometimes in hypothermia, you can see very, very red extremities due to vasodilation.
And
right.
with regard to
As bodies do
redness due to
things.
vasodilation, is there also a
He's also trying to
whiteness,
explain
sort
some of that is not
discoloration to the
bruising.
extremities that
So
can be
some of that
observed in
discoloration,
hypothermic patients as well?
I think he needs
That's
to
been
explain.
described as well, yes.
Now, with reference to when you make your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, why is it that, well, let me ask you this. You didn't see any signs of vasodilation?
Well, let me
or
ask you this
or anything like that?
over and over.
Correct. I rarely see signs of vasodilation, especially if someone has died in the hospital.
And can you explain to the jury sort of why that is?
So for two reasons. In this particular reason, Mr. O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and attempts were made at rewarming the body. So he was given warm intravenous fluids and attempts were made to bring the body temperature up with the hope that the heart would start working once that happened. Also, I did not physically see the body until Monday morning. And therefore, I can't really comment on vasodilation or any effects that hypothermia may or may not have had acutely on the body, because I'm seeing the body hours after death, and already the body has been transferred from the scene to the hospital, stored at the hospital, and then transferred from the hospital to our facility. So there's just too much time between when the body was discovered to when I looked at the body to make any reasonable comments on whether there was vasodilation or not.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Can we zoom? Oh, we can. We've got about 3 seconds of zoom in us.
Of 5 photographs, ask you to.
These are going to be the autopsy photos, and I think the judge probably wants to get through these today. And I imagine that will be kind of the end of her testimony for today.
I'm actually going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Yeah, on scheduling. So I imagine they're going to get into the autopsy photos, and that's going to be about it, because they've only got about 15 minutes left, and I imagine the court is going to kind of wrap up for the day. The second the court wraps up for the day, I am going to have to also zoom. So let's do a quick summary now while they are at sidebar of where we're at right now. So we are at the end of day, which we are now renumbering to 28, because the chat is Bay and has decided that day 27 will go to the voir dire day, and we are on day 28 because that is how long we have been in this trial, and I think that that is a fair assessment. So at this point on day 28, we have now had 2 medical examiners testify. The first specializes in neuropathology and talked about injuries to Officer John O'Keefe's brain. The second discussed the autopsy report.
That we break for today, and we'll start fresh with this tomorrow rather than.
And the court is breaking for the day.
So
You rather have them see the autopsy photos in the morning?
To
Okay.
end for today.
Great. Thanks, Your Honor.
We are on track. Maybe we are definitely on track for finishing this case next week.
Really?
Partly because of staying all day tomorrow and some of the work we did today and on Tuesday when you all were here. So
Okay.
please follow the 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case,
And this is the end of this day.
let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, you guys go ahead and do the YouTubey things. As they exit court, I'm going to wrap up our summary real quick. As we got to the end of court, we are now going through the autopsy report with the medical examiner, talking about the fact that the head injuries to John O'Keefe would have been not immediately fatal, and that it is a combination with the head injuries and the hypothermia that caused death. Talking about the bruising on John O'Keefe's hand, the medical examiner believes that could be from possible medical intervention because there was a like prick in the center of that bruising. And so maybe an attempt to get IV fluids in through John O'Keefe's hand, which would not be unusual or uncommon. So also talking about the bruising to the eyes coming from the base of the skull fracture, the brain injuries, talking about not only the blunt force trauma to the back of the head with the radiating fractures, but also talking about the types and kinds of injuries to John O'Keefe's brain. They are going to resume that testimony tomorrow morning and show the crime scene or the autopsy photos to the jury. We will not see those autopsy photos. Those will not be shown on TV. In-court cameras have always been really respectful of that. I think it's absolutely appropriate. The jury needs that information. We have seen the scratches to the arm. I don't think we will see much more than that, and that I think will take us through tomorrow. Will we see the prosecution rest tomorrow? We might. The court has said it's going to be a full day in court on Friday. So will we start getting into the defense experts with the doctor who already flew in from California tomorrow? Fingers crossed. And with that, thank you for all your well wishes that may my travels be smooth. I will be coming to you from mobile setup tomorrow in my hotel. And if any of you are headed to see Dave Matthews this weekend, say hi to me at Alpine. I will 99.99% be wearing my black fax hat because always. Thank you all. I'm sorry I did not get to all the super chats. I appreciate the questions and support. Court TV, always good to see you. Your photographers in court, videographers in court always do a great job of being respectful to the victim and those sensitive photos. Thank you all. I will see you soon. May my Wi-Fi be strong tomorrow, and we will resume with the medical examiner. Bye, you guys. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.